Players out here last weekend, hitting up registration and meeting some of the Junior Gold Bowlers. And then we had a great day in the park that Storm hosted last weekend and followed into they led them into the opening ceremony. It was pretty cool. It's been a good week.
Yeah, the opening ceremony was right in downtown, right in the middle of Indianapolis, where the Indianapolis Indians are. And I think I better stop talking here because we're trying to get technical difficulties all sorted out. So I'll get back to you guys in a second. Oh, I got the thumbs up. I got the thumbs up from our gurus, and we're going to continue talking. So, but back to what I was saying, that they had a great opening ceremonies downtown. I think they had almost over 6,000 participants in the opening ceremony. So it was really, 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 really neat. A neat experience. Something that I didn't have when I was growing up as a junior bowler.
I bowled Junior Gold, but we didn't have the opening ceremonies the years that I bowled. And I'll tell you what, seeing those kids walk in with the flag, it was really neat, really cool.
That's great. And one of the things that I've taken away from my experience, I've been fortunate enough that I actually get to work this event this week, and I actually get to do it from home, which doesn't happen often for me. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, you get to sleep in your own bed.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Get to
rubbing in all of our faces.
See my family as well. But wow, as you can see, Patricia Rosales, I mean, saw the rack there in one of her shots. There's some the talent pool in the kids and the youth continues to improve year in, year out. I was at Junior Gold last year, and it's even better than it was last year. And the kids get better and better and better.
They really do, yeah.
And it's exciting to see from my standpoint, who is involved in the game heavily on a number of different levels, to watch the progression of these kids.
Hey, these kids are really bowling year-round now. They're really lots of scratch tournaments for them to bowl in, and they're traveling, they're competing, and this is their main event to showcase their talent every year.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we need moving forward. We need more events like this, because this is phenomenal for the growth and for the future of our sport. It's certainly in a very healthy position moving forward. So again, to the people that got involved this week, if you could see the cameras, the sponsors are up there. Obviously Storm Bowling Products, and we're Rotogrip and Master on our side, and then Dexter's gotten involved, and I know Turbo was involved earlier in the week with a great Collegiate Expo that I was able to take part of and work. So hats off to Lloyd Mraz and everybody up at Turbo for their support. Cool, just about every company has really stepped up.
Well, yeah, and these kids come out here. Some of them have been out here since last Tuesday is when the Collegiate Expo started.
Been here a long time.
And they're focused. That's all about. They want to bowl in college. They want to take the next step to bowling. And some of these kids are young, freshmen, sophomores, and they're really investing their time and their talent into how can I make it to the next level, and learning and growing, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, youth bowling and college bowling is very healthy and on a steady increase of numbers. It seems like, especially with these events, and you get to watch. It's like a pretty good shot of a big split. Big split was made over there. Big split conversion, but you get to watch the girls bowling on TV now, and some of the guys matches on TV in the college. So these high school players and these Junior Gold players have something to shoot for.
Absolutely.
There's a goal, and then ultimately we hope to get a lot of them on the tours on the men's and the women's tour, because the women's tour is in a really good position right now. It's growing and doing quite well.
Almost had a split conversion on 64.
And then the men's tour, the men's tour that I get to travel with is also doing well as well.
So when's the next event you'll be out with the guys?
For me, the next event for me out with the men will be in Detroit. We have the fall swing in Detroit. So looking forward to that as well. So.
Yeah, that's a really cool event. That's new this year, right?
Yeah, this year they didn't have the summer swing, so we replaced it with the fall swing. Tom Clark and his and Kirk Von Kruger doing the best they can to continue, giving the players events to participate in and have an opportunity to compete in. So, hats off to those guys. They're doing a good job giving these guys a lot of events to bowl in. So it's pretty cool.
Hey guys, I got a question for you.
Sure.
What's up?
Hey, Paul Oblock.
Popping in.
Guest appearance.
Guest appearance.
Popping in.
For all of you guys that don't know Paul,
He's
you
awesome.
should know Paul. Paul is very influential in anything that you see on video or in graphics. Him and Tavio Sawyer run one of the best ships, not only in bowling, but I just think in that department as well. And we're lucky to have him on Storm.
Absolutely.
And so when you do see anybody with a camera in the back, usually at one of our big events, it's probably Paul Block, who's filmed cheetahs in the wild at National Geographic up close and personal. So anyway, Paul, take it away. What's your question?
So as I was putting together a video, I was thinking, I've had the chance to interview quite a bit of the pro staff.
Mm-hmm.
And, we do a series on our YouTube channel called The Warehouse Sessions. And every one of them has said, pretty much every one of them has started bowling from a young age.
Yep.
When did you guys start bowling?
Blair, you're first.
Okay. I started when I was 5, and I really was into every sport when I was a kid. My parents put me in, the YMCA, softball, all kinds of stuff. And it was just always something I did on Saturday mornings. It was just always in my life. And then in high school, I was lucky enough to have a high school bowling program, and then I went on and I bowled at Ohio State, and now I'm trying to learn out on the PWBA tour. So that's
great.
Me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Paul, I just turned 45 actually last month, and I started 6 months ago. So I'm 6 months into my bowling career. No, actually, no. I started quite a young age. I think I threw my first ball. I tried to kick it down the lanes when I was about two and a half. And started bowling in the league around 4 or 5 years old, and my mother and father were heavily invested in the sport. So was my grandfather on my mom's side, and I come from a sporting background, my family, so I played all sports growing up, and just bowled my 3 games of junior league on the weekends, and bowled the local junior tournaments, and traveled a little bit in when I was a junior in high school as well, bowling the Coca-Cola State tournaments and the Pepsi State tournaments, and have an opportunity to travel. And we had the Jerry Murphy Invitational tournaments back then, so I got a good taste of. I had a very good junior bowling experience, and not to the level to what these guys have now, because it's such a big event. I mean, this is an event. I mean,
and it's exploded.
Yeah, like you said, Blair, it's over a week long event here, and there are so many things to do. On top of the bowling, they get to explore friendships that are going to last a lifetime, meet new people from all over the country. Get to visit one of the best cities in our country, which is Indianapolis, and spend time here. It's the experience here will last a lifetime for a lot of these kids that are bowling this week, and I think that's probably the coolest thing out of everything. And I still had those experiences when I was younger as a kid.
Yeah.
I had a lot of those experiences that I enjoyed, as a kid in bowling. That, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you a funny story that happened this week. I bowled junior leagues with a guy that I saw this week for the first time since 1995 and 1996. I haven't seen him in 20 years. And his son, his name is Eric Davis, a real good buddy of mine. Grew up bowling with him. His son, Aiden Davis, was bowling in the under 12 division over at Southern.
Oh, cool.
And I walked in the building to go over, and I wanted to go over and check out Southern and some of the kids again. And I knew our good friend here at Storm and Road, West Malott, his son Jordan was bowling over there, and so were the Bone sons, Parker Bone and Leslie Bone's sons. So I wanted to go over and see some of the local kids, kids that I knew. And I ran into Eric Davis, and I bowled junior leagues with Eric Davis, and I hadn't seen him in forever, and it was just a really cool thing. So there's, it just shows you how long our sport, the staying power of it and the experiences of it, that they literally do last a lifetime. So I think that's the main thing these kids will take away. Obviously the competition, but it was just a really cool experience for me.
That's what keeps them bowling, I think, is, you'll see these kids when they were practicing, they bowl tournaments together a lot. So they know each other. They'll give each other hugs. They're not from the same areas, but they spend a lot of time together when you're bowling these events and you're traveling. And, if you have friends in it, it takes a little bit of the pressure off. A little bit.
Yeah.
There's still pressure out
Sure,
there.
absolutely. The people want to be comfortable, too.
Yeah.
sometimes you get the deer in headlights kind of look, and it is what it is. It just happens. But people in general, they want to have a good experience and want to try to get comfortable as quick as they can. And I've seen a lot of laughs, a lot of smiles.
Absolutely.
I've also seen a lot of frustration because that comes along with any competition.
And passion, it's coming out through frustration. These kids really love what they do. They're out here because they love it.
Yeah, it has. I would encourage anyone next year in the Cleveland area, because I believe that's where we're going next year. Anyone that's in the Cleveland area, I would encourage you all to come out and take a look at this spectacle that we call Junior Gold, because it's a phenomenal thing. And I know that I'm lucky to be part of the best bowling company in the world and work for this company for 21 years now. And I can tell you, we're going to be really happy to be part of it again next year as we move forward and try to give you a bigger and better experience from Storm for all the kids moving forward. And come out and check all these athletes out, because it's pretty cool to see the passion and the camaraderie, and it's a true event. That's the best way I can explain it. It's a true sporting event.
So let's talk a little bit about the patterns that they're bowling on. They don't know what they're bowling on. Yeah,
and I think the great thing about this event, and we've lost a generation in bowling. Anybody that's younger than me, I would say probably from 25 to 40. They really never grew up on sport patterns or sport conditions or saw the amount of variance in the game that really is actually there. They grew up on as the balls got more powerful, they grew up on a lot of higher scoring conditions, and the numbers prove that. But the kids now bowling these events have a sense of reality, a really good healthy dose of what sport patterns are. The difference between short and long patterns. They know that there's a difference. Yeah, they know there's a difference. Yeah. They haven't learned how to attack those patterns yet, because if you watch still, they haven't learned how to attack a lot of the education. They still need to be educated on how to play the patterns, which will come in time. That comes with anything. Yeah. But they also know that most of these people are 20, even these kids are 25 pins, 30 pins better on a league condition than they are in the sport condition.
Yes.
So, and the numbers state that. The numbers show that. I mean, we have 194 guys bowling in this round, and I think there's only 35 guys that are averaging over 200.
Yeah, the girls, let's look at the girls, because I have that pulled up.
The under 15 girls, the highest average is 190, which is very, very respectable.
Very good, yeah.
And the men.
Hang on.
And the men, as I said, it's 35 guys or 200 or better.
Yeah.
And there's 194 guys that made the first cut. So there was about 500. I would think there was about 500 guys in the under 20 division, and only 35 of those 500 are averaging over 200. With the leader, which is Wesley Lowe, at 219. So you're talking about very talented youth that is only averaging, only 35 guys are over 200. So when it comes to the lane conditions, I think this is great moving forward, because it can show our all the other sports and how dynamic and how diverse our sport really is. I mean, we're on an invisible target that that's changing every minute. The clock ticks by the clock. The shot's changing every minute.
Yeah, and filling frames is what's really crucial. So we have Alec up there. He has a clean game rolling. Tyler's up on the right lane of 64. He's got a clean game moving. Oh, and he has a tough spare. Nailed it. Filling frames.
The great, like you mentioned earlier, Blair, about the fact that the players don't know what the patterns are, which is great. And remember, for all you guys watching at home that have tuned in at 7:35 in the morning, we appreciate you getting up and
we love you guys
coming out and watching, supporting us.
That's 7:35 Eastern time, which is
4:35 in the morning. I don't think anybody's up on the West Coast probably right now.
Yeah, except you.
This is 5:30 my time. I don't think I've quite acclimated to East Coast time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You've been here like a week. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. stuck in that Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah, but the players are only allowed to turn in check in 5 bowling balls.
Right.
So you can have 5 bowling balls for 4 different patterns.
Which is tough, man. We were trying to pick our arsenal for 5. It's you have to be strategic about the 5 that you are choosing.
Yeah, you got to get balls that have a big window so that you can maximize that window
Yeah.
on the shots that you're going to be bowling on.
And you'll see a lot of kids now that are using urethane as their spare ball. I saw Mabel throwing a pitch blue earlier, and that what does that do for them basically?
I think the urethane is a great choice. I would tell anybody moving forward now to try to spare with urethane bowling balls, that you have to have one in your arsenal, and for the simple reason that the urethane balls for a lot of different styles have been very successful on shorter patterns with higher volumes. There's less change of direction down lane, which is what you need, and it's also a great way to make spares. And when you're trying to maximize your arsenal, you take a urethane ball, which is still very, very straight and very controllable, but also is a great option as well for a strike ball as well. So if you can learn to spare with urethane, then that ball now becomes two, because you can use it on a lot of your shorter patterns, or a lot, it's a versatile bowling ball, the urethane ball.
Absolutely.
You can use it on higher volume short patterns, and also lower volume longer patterns. So
Yeah, you just want to have it in your bag, basically.
yeah, it's definitely a ball that needs to be in the bag. Somebody actually is awake up on the West Coast.
What's up?
4:41 in the morning, and
Man,
they're
he's
awake
a
watching.
superstar.
We give you a lot of credit, sir, or
Props.
ma'am, or whoever it is.
Props.
Noah,
You rock.
Noah, I don't know if you just woke up or if you've stayed up all night, but well done
We're
to
not
you.
judging.
Well done to you. Junior gold, right in front of you here. And this is the beginning of our live streaming. We're joined together with the USBC. They have more cameras down there as well, somewhere in the 30s, I think, right, guys? In the 30s.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're
and
trying to cover. It's a big center.
and
It's an 80-lane
lots of
center.
divisions bowling. So we're trying to cover a little bit of every division that's competing, I think, today.
Well,
So-
right now you have the under 20 guys and
Yeah.
then the under 15 girls. So, and the under 20 guys take from 1 all the way up to 64, and then from 65 to 80, you have the under 15 girls. So then we have the under 12 boys coming.
Yeah,
Do we have the under 12 coming?
1:30, we'll have U15 come in. I don't know if we have U12 coming or not, actually.
Maybe the U12. I think the U12 may stay at Woodland until the TV
I think
show.
they do, yeah.
I think they stay there till the TV show.
Yeah. And those were I enjoyed watching the younger divisions bowl this week. I love watching the older kids, and their talent level is unbelievable, and most of them are either competing in college or will move on and have a very successful collegiate career. But those U12 divisions and U15 divisions, these kids, it made me love the sport again, because it's like how much they're out here and they're putting everything they have out on the line, and it's like that's what really gets me excited again. I'm ready to go bowl again.
Yeah,
So.
being around youth is always contagious
Yeah.
and infectious. So, and see the passion and drive and desire of these kids has been really, really cool. And I don't know about you, Blair, but I've certainly enjoyed my experience this week. That's for sure.
100%. This is the first time I've been back to junior gold since I bowled it, so it's really cool to see the other side of it.
My experience has been enhanced, though, this morning since Tavio Sawyer and Paul Oblock are here. I haven't had an opportunity to spend some time with these guys, and Tavio flew all night from Utah to be here to set up this
There's a little
great
bit of a
production we
man
have.
crush thing going on over here. I don't know
Yeah,
about
well,
it.
if I was that good looking, it'd be pretty cool too. But I'm not that
I'm
good.
jumping into the mix. This is
Whoa.
There he is. Speaking of,
Hour of sleep. Here he
Fabio's
is.
popping in.
Yeah, it's 1 hour of sleep right now.
1 hour of sleep. So
Shake it off.
you're not much different than Noah there back on the West Coast. I don't know if Noah stayed up all night or not. So.
I know. There's Alyssa. It's about 6:44 there in Minnesota time.
All right.
All right.
People are here.
I like it.
We need
I
to get a
like
couple
it.
more people up and running here.
Yeah.
We don't want to be talking the ghost out there. So, but
No.
we do realize it is early in the morning. You should be having, some gluten-free oatmeal, a sliced banana, and some orange juice to get your morning started.
Look at him, all healthy. I like it.
So I wasn't here for the Sunday festivities that Storm was holding.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was a blast. We were outside in the park for just about 8 hours.
8 hours.
Yeah, and it was, thousands of kids came through, played wiffle
Wow.
ball, played frisbee. We got the bowlers out of the center. I got to see the outdoors for a few hours. I was excited. So.
that's
Belmo was out there throwing
yeah?
some pitches.
Yeah. All of our pro staff kind of pitched. We rotated them in. You know, Kyle Troop was pitching, John Serpinski. You know,
pretty cool.
everybody. You know, and I think that was cool for the kids. They got to hit off a Belmo.
Yeah.
Did you hit off a Belmo?
A couple kids took Belmo yard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we had Hank Boomershine was pitching for a while too.
Yeah.
He had a curveball, man. He was
Really?
throwing them into the kids.
Paul, you
I think
pitched?
he was. I didn't pitch. I think I was playing outfield.
Yeah.
I was playing left out because you guys didn't include me.
It was, sorry,
Hey,
you know,
someone's got to do some work back
I
there.
know somebody actually has to do work at the office.
it was a lot of fun though. I think every kid that came out, I didn't see anybody leave with not a smile on their face. So they were having a good time out there.
Oh yeah.
And not a smile is a frown. It is 7:30, guys.
I don't see a lot of tired kids out there, though. That's the thing.
I think they're-
Usually under 20 kids have a hard time getting up in the morning. They do.
These kids look spry.
They look spry,
ready to
go.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
These guys are in a competitive mode.
I think.
You know?
Yeah, I think you're right.
They're ready to make this cut. They're ready. Killing it.
There's a lot on the line.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of scholarship money on the line as well.
Absolutely.
So, and the crowds have been gigantic all week. You got to remember, there's a lot of college coaches here as well. So, some of these kids are bowling for there's a lot on the line right now. I mean, full scholarships for universities at great universities for great education and a great college bowling experience. So, this is the premier event in the world on the youth side.
And Tim, you talked earlier about how your parents got you into bowling. My parents were part of my bowling growing up, my coaches. There's lots of parents and coaches out here supporting these kids, and it's really cool to see. And, we thank them all for being here because these kids wouldn't be out here without their parents sitting behind them and the coaches and everyone back home that supports them, their youth programs, their youth volunteers. It takes a lot of moving pieces to get these kids out here bowling.
Oh, yeah.
So-
It's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
Everybody has to invest a lot.
Yep.
And, I mean, I can't imagine how much effort the parents have to go through just to prepare their whole family situation to actually be here in Indy. So
I did hear this week, though, they changed the format a little bit, and they bowled 4 days, 4 games this year for the first time. And I heard some parents talking about how the younger siblings, that was the perfect amount of time for them to come in and get out so that the younger siblings, their attention span wasn't they didn't have to be focused for that long.
You got to remember, too, also, last year there was 10 on a pair. And now, this year, and again, I'm going to say it, hats off to the USBC, to Neil and Chad and their entire staff. And, they made some really, really critical changes.
Yes.
But again, and I'm not going to brag about my city, but there's not a lot of cities in our country or in the world that could pull this off because of the amount of bowling centers that we have in Indianapolis.
Yeah, especially within the proximity that there are.
Proximity. You drive from western to Woodland, which is the top to the bottom of the orbital, and you're looking at 30 minutes.
Yep.
You're going to run into traffic a little bit, but and there's multiple ways to get here. So
absolutely.
You're and then from here to Expo is 15 minutes. From here to Southern is 15 to 20 minutes. From here to All Star is another is
okay,
20,
we
25
understand.
minutes.
You love Indy. All right?
Indianapolis,
calm down,
guys, come back
down.
here. Come back here.
Well, they've been here like 3 times. So
Stay
I think
here.
It's safe to
Stay here. We should be the host of the Junior Gold every year.
every year.
Every year.
Tim
I'm
Mack
trying to
is
pump
pulling
up the
for it.
Indianapolis economy right now.
I'll tell you what, though, we're staying downtown, and I have to say it's a pretty hip and cool downtown.
It's a good city.
Yeah.
It's a great city.
It's a lot of fun.
It's the 14th largest city in our country, and it's very easy to get in and out of the city.
He's like an Indianapolis.
No,
like-
yeah. The way that it's laid out, everything.
It's
is
very
fun.
easy to get in and out, and the restaurants are unbelievable.
I took a little ride through the downtown river area.
Oh, yeah.
Took a little gondola ride.
Did you take one with your significant other?
No, she's back.
She didn't come out here with you?
No.
That's wrong.
Okay, so the girls are finishing up their first game.
Let's take a look at some scores, guys. As we look, I can see probably 3 or 4 pairs down, and the highest, just to give you an idea how hard the lanes are, Amanda Barna right now has the highest game at 190.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mabel had a really nice grind game.
Mabel had a good grind at
Yeah.
187, and she's our leader.
Yep.
She's a leader. Go Mabel. So there she goes.
Patricia had a grind game as well.
Patricia
She just had
Rosales, yeah, she opened in the 10th.
rough last 10th frame. Allie is
Throws are great.
She does.
She has a high game right now, 195.
She's an older sister, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe she's the older sister. I don't know.
I don't know, but
She's
nice game, Allie.
yes.
So, and if you look over on the men's side, all right, now we can see a couple of pairs here.
Yep.
There's not a lot of high scores. As a matter
No.
of fact, I don't think anybody can bowl 200 right now for the first three
Nope.
pairs. One, Anthony Dodge, and Alec
Yeah,
Boitara. I'm going to go with Boitara.
He's
That's
still
what I'm
got
going
a clean
with.
game going on. He's on it.
With
I like
3,300 junior bowlers this week, we couldn't really, obviously, we made a rule that we couldn't talk to the bowlers and give help to the bowlers because it's
Yeah.
not fair to the field.
We were all
'Cause
biting our tongues.
You can't reach 3,300 kids because if you talk to one kid, you have to talk to the next, to the next, to the next. So, but anybody that asked me after they were done, I would always tell them, if you make 75%
Absolutely.
of your makeable spares, you bowl in the finals in this tournament
Yes.
every single year.
Yes.
So we as kids and more so as adults get consumed with striking. And really the most important ball and the first ball in your bag, wherever you should go, should be your spare ball.
Yes.
And if you make spares this week, you have extended
Shot
play
right
no matter
away.
who you are. And you got to remember, the best bowlers on the planet, your Pete Webbers, your Belmontes, your Wes Malotts, your Walter Ray Williams, your Norm Dukes.
Get some
What do
girls
they all
in there, Tim.
what do they all have in common? And on the girls' side, I
There
would
you
say
go.
Liz Johnson,
Yeah.
Kelly Kulick,
Danielle McEwen.
Shannon O'Keefe.
Oh, yeah.
Girls that are bowling great right now. Stephanie Johnson's
Yeah.
had a great run. All girls that have come up through this program.
Yes.
Through Junior Gold and Team USA. Shannon Polhowski. What do they all have in common? They're all great spare shooters.
Absolutely. 100%.
By the way, you can speak about the girls.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
So chime in.
7:30 in the morning. Or actually, we're almost
You
8
need to drink
o'clock.
a little
We
bit more of
can't
that Tivana
No,
iced
it's
coffee.
Starbucks.
Starbucks.
Come on.
Starbucks.
Blair without her Starbucks.
Starbucks.
Same
You should be
thing.
Starbucks.
Exactly.
You should sponsor our Junior Gold. You should come in and join in with the Junior Gold because
even
Starbucks,
if people
I would
drinking
accept.
coffee.
do you
Oh,
know
amen.
how do you
I
know
think
how
they
many
sponsor the parents
parents
of
do you know how many
Junior Gold.
parents stop at Starbucks before these kids get up here at 7:00 in the morning?
A lot.
Come on, Starbucks. CEO, where are you?
Coaches.
Come out here, join forces with Storm, and let's create a great sponsorship team together
I
and
will just
sponsor
take
bowling.
Yeah, I love it. I would do it. I give Starbucks enough of my money. I'm gold
Starbucks,
card.
Starbucks.
I
How about
got
Nestle
this.
Pure Water? I'm reaching out to all you massive companies out there to support bowling.
We were
Come out
not
and join
paid
us.
to mention these brands.
Speaking of spares a little bit earlier,
Sure.
I had the chance to interview CDB, Carolyn
Oh
Brunbauer.
yes.
One of the greatest spare shooters of all
Yes.
time.
Yeah, she actually said the reason she's in the Hall of Fame is just because she made spares. She said, my career wasn't anything special, I just made my spares.
You don't win 21 times or 22 times and 10 majors and whatever else she's won without throwing a couple strikes in between some of those spares. So
Nice tries, Carolyn.
nice try, CDB, and we
Nice-
love you to
nice try
death.
to be humble.
Yeah.
I get it, but you know what? I also watched her make 19 shows in 24 tournaments in 2001.
Yeah.
I think it was 19 shows she made.
She's
Wow.
impressive.
And because my wife now was bowling on tour then, and she 100%. You're right, Paul. She made every spare she shot at, it seemed, but she also didn't leave a lot of them too. So, but the ones she left, she made. She's a great bowler and just made a show. Here
Okay,
at-
so. Oh, sorry.
no, I think she is I don't want to say it, but is Carolyn 50?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think
know
we're
if
I
allowed
never
She
to.
asked
might
a woman's
text you
age.
and yell at you for
I gotta ask
saying
her.
that.
She's 49.
I don't think
Maybe
we're allowed
she's
to
a
say.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know
she'll
if she's-
probably get angry.
You should
mind
keep
you,
quiet.
she looks like she's 25,
There you go.
but she is experienced, And she just made another show, so hats off to our
Man, I'll tell
our
you
staff
what,
from Carolyn.
bowling out on tour, you learn the most from Carolyn, from Leanne, from, you know, the ladies that have been around. It's great
Yeah,
to
Leanne
talk to them.
Holsenberg. Are you awake right now?
Probably not. Maybe. She might be.
We love Leanne.
We do love Leanne.
I want a
and Gary.
special
We love
shout out to
Gary.
Leanne for putting our schedule here at Junior
Oh,
Gold with all the
she-
Storm
yeah.
staff together. A very special shout out.
She's
to
a very
Leanne.
hard worker.
Man.
Hats
and
off,
she-
Leanne. We love you.
She makes sure we know where we're going.
I'll have to
tell
say
you
that.
what.
I'll have to say that again at 4 o'clock because I know you'll be awake then.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so
let's talk about the bowling. Let's talk about the kids.
Well, so I want to talk about Alex's shirt for a minute because I know about these shirts, okay? So these kids, there's a whole bunch of like 100 and some kids in these autism
the
shirts.
autism ribbons?
Yeah. So and they have a different cause. Actually, yeah. Well, that might be one of their older shirts. So every year, these kids from all over, they have these shirts that they make, and they do a different cause every year. They have this year it was puzzle pieces, and I don't think that's the shirt. I think this is a different shirt from a. Yeah, that's bowl. What does that say? Bowl for a cure, maybe? I don't know. But they did one for BVL, the Bowlers Veterans Link, last year. And each year these kids come together from all these different states, and they join in and they make these shirts, and they go for a cause.
part of
It
the
was
Junior
so
Gold experience,
cool.
right?
Yeah, it says bowl for the cure, not for the applause.
Okay. So yeah. So and they make these different, and I met the organizer this week because they were all bowling the Youth Open when I was over there, and I go, these shirts are awesome, and they were all the puzzle pieces, and she's like, yeah, you know, we do a different cause every year, and they teach the kids about the cause that they're wearing, so they learn about it, and then they can tell others about it, and it was a really neat, you hear stories like that out here where the kids are coming together and joining in for causes, and I thought that was
That's
really
cool.
cool. Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. That's pretty
Well,
cool.
there you go.
Thanks for opening my eyes.
Except I talked
that
about the wrong
knowledge bomb.
shirt, so my bad, people.
Knowledge. I will say this, knowledge. The first 3 pairs that I saw one 200 game. 202 was the highest game I
Yeah,
saw
we got
so
a
far.
couple 190s.
So I don't know if that's
180.
it's going to be a combination of 2 things. One, a little bit of nerves. Guys are a little nervous. You know, they have 5 games to Preston and the girls. And 2, the lane condition is incredibly demanding.
Yes.
And 3, it still hasn't hit 8 o'clock yet on the clock.
Yes.
So
And we have a new pair of girls that just came in.
Yep.
We had a rotation down at the U15 girls. Madison Bailey is up on 66. She won U12 a couple years ago.
wow.
Yeah.
All right,
So she's
Madison.
now in a different age division.
Boy, she throws it nice.
Yeah, she does.
And she bowled a nice 198 the first game.
Yeah. So she is.
Go Madison.
She's doing really well. Morgan, she throws it good. All these kids throw it good. I wanna go back to this age, please. Like.
So, not me,
Tell
man.
them that.
I wouldn't be as good because all these kids be beating me.
Oh, well, yeah. Yes. I wish I had as much talent at that age as these kids do. I mean,
Yeah,
they're awesome.
Kids are good.
They're gonna come out on tour and beat me. I mean, that's what I'm seeing now.
I'll tell you what I've seen a lot this week, which is, and I want to make mention of it. As you see Walter throw a double here in the 10th right in front of us on the camera, I have seen a ton of two-handed bowling.
Oh, 100%.
A ton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A ton of bowling. I mean, a ton. I can't believe how many two-handed
Yes.
bowlers I've seen
Yeah,
this week.
especially even the younger U12, U15, U12. It's a lot.
And I
There's
know
a lot of
Belmo.
kids.
Belmo has watched. And when I say Belmo, guys, everybody probably knows Belmo. Jason Belmonte. I met when he had just turned 16 years old. So I met Jason when he was one of these guys, and I said, "Wow,
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that." And then was fortunate enough to help, bridge the gap and get him going with Storm staff. He's obviously changed the entire sport. Jason Belmonte, Oscar Palermo are the 2 guys in the
Yes,
forefront
yeah.
that have
absolutely. Both
really
of them.
changed the sport.
Yes.
Belmo, I know he would be very proud. Belmo and Oscar would be very proud because they're 2 of the I don't want to dare I say this, elder statesmen, really, in their 30s.
They're gonna text you too. Man, you're getting in trouble with
No,
everybody
I'm
today.
not. They're in their 30s, and I can tell you right now, they would walk through here with pride.
Oh, they
and see all the two-handers. They walk here with a lot of pride.
Jason's been here this week, and I did see him also comment on one of the USBC statuses because they showed a video of Jared Armstrong bowling two-handed. He was riding the gutter, throwing a shot on the short pattern, or we assume short pattern. It
was the short pattern.
Yeah. So and he, he really does. He is proud of them, and I think it's cool to see the revolution of two-handed bowling because we've lived it. The evolution, I guess, not revolution, evolution. Man, what
The
time is it?
revolution, my God. What's going on over here? Revolution over here.
I'm gonna drink
It's in
coffee.
that coffee. Revolution. Yeah, the
Evolution.
revolutions are higher in two-handers, no doubt about it. You're right. I'll save you there, Blair.
Thank you.
But you're right. The evolution of two-handed bowling. They got to be very proud of it. But man, it's it's really. I mean, Oscu and Belmo have been very instrumental in
Yes.
in this growth because of the success they both had on two different sides of the world.
Oh yeah.
With Belmo being down under and Oscu being up where the Penguins are. It's pretty neat. So, and we're fortunate that we have both of those guys affiliated with Storm and Rotagrip in our Utah family. So, wow. Geez, Kate throws it great.
I'm telling you, these
Kate
girls.
Coupland, we're gonna butcher some of
Girls?
these last names,
Yes,
but we're gonna
we
try our best.
apologize in advance. Apologize.
So, Kate Coupland, wow, nice shot, Kate.
Man,
that was really cool.
These girls are throwing it great. Oh.
I told some people this way. This is my motto that I've always used, and this goes in any tournament that either I bowl or when I coach or teach, or especially when they're really hard. Lanes are really hard. I always tell guys, guys and girls, I said, guys, spares pay the rent.
Yeah.
Strikes build the house. You got to pay the rent before you can build the house. So if you pay your rent, eventually you're going to build a house.
I
tell them, pay the rent.
I like it.
So.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So are you saying that people should just practice on spares?
I think
for a good
play.
portion of the
Yeah,
game?
100%.
Well, in Paul's video with Carolyn, she was talking about how 1 day a week she spends a practice only on spares. And I bet a lot of the professionals are doing that. I bet a lot of these kids are too. I know that the kids I coach, we put them through a lot of spare drills.
And you know what that takes? It's one word. One word to take discipline.
Oh yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
have the discipline to do it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say dedication.
I was gonna say practice, but
I'll give you the D
I'm
word,
just
but
gonna give
discipline and dedication.
random
Obviously, if you're out there practicing, you're dedicated anyway, right?
there you
Right.
go.
So,
That's it.
but you have
that was
You
a
have-
nice conversion.
you have to be disciplined enough
It's all right.
to commit to that. It's a commitment, and you just have to do it.
I'm gonna take us off bowling for a quick second.
Oh my goodness. What's up?
Because I just saw Pokemon
No way.
on someone's backpack, and as I've been walking around downtown
What's
Indy for the last
Pokemon?
couple
What is
days,
that?
Have you joined
Yeah.
it? Did you
I have
join
not.
it? Oh, come
I have
on.
not. But everyone
He said he's
in-
too old for it.
Everyone in the world is playing Pokemon Go.
Yes.
Everyone.
We caught
Yeah,
a
this
we
is Pokemon
caught
Go.
we
Is that
were
Pokemon?
catching
That's
we were
Pokemon Go.
catching Pokemon in our Storm booth at registration. I kid you not.
There was
these kids
Pokemon in the booth.
these kids were waiting for hours to see our professionals, and
Yeah.
then one of them said that they caught a Pidgey, I think, or one of the forms of Pidgey, because I
What's a
don't know.
Pidgey?
It's a bird.
Yeah. What is a pigeon?
What is a Pidgey?
It's a bird.
Pokemon
Come on,
and
guys.
Pidgey?
Who am I sitting with over here? Guys back home, come
No,
on,
no,
help
no.
me out.
Educate
Pokemon,
us.
come
Hey,
on.
anyone on the chat playing Pokemon Go? Hop
But
in.
yes, do
Do we have anybody on the chat, by the way?
Oh yeah, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
people on the chat.
Are they
Do
chatting
they
with
know
us
what
or
a
no?
Pidgey is?
They're not chatting with us.
Throw it out there, guys.
Ask any
Pokemon Go.
question
What
you
is
want.
your favorite Pokemon? That's
What
I
is your
asked,
favorite Pokemon?
I'm asking the chat. We'll see what we get.
Okay.
My dad's been joking with me all week. He's like, you
Hopefully I
should
know how to read
yell.
all these.
You should yell. There's a Squirtle on lane 63 and 64 all week long.
What's a Squirtle? It's a
Oh
squirrel.
my gosh, I'm done.
Oh my God.
I'm done.
Yeah, you probably need to watch.
Oh, for the
Pokemon
love of
to
God.
even understand any of this.
Please.
I think you're out on this conversation.
I'm
You
done.
guys have your own
You might
conversation.
want
It's
to take
okay.
a nap for a
It's
couple
okay.
seconds.
We were trying to do a video, and I won't rat him out. But one of our sales reps, he told me, I asked him to go through the line and ask what Pokemon they were catching in line, and he called it a Pokemon, and I'm like, oh, this is this video.
we should probably stop. Him, Matt doesn't know what Pokemon is.
All right, so we got some tough lane conditions out here, which we've been talking about. But it's evident there's definitely some out of bounds. Definitely some out of bounds.
Got to catch them all.
Oh, we got Pokemon going on.
Are we
over
done
here.
with the Pokemon stuff?
I went back to bowling. You
Thank
didn't join
God.
me. I was talking about out of bounds.
Hey,
and-
he was downloading it on his phone.
Yeah, I actually just
I
put the
guarantee.
Pokemon
Oh
app
my
on my
gosh.
phone.
Well, we'll see if he
So I can
catches
throw my
everything.
phone in the garbage.
He was downloading. I saw it.
Pokemon.
Hey, these kids are all about it.
I
Are
do
you-
love
are you hip?
Nintendo, but
Are
that's
you
all
hip?
right. I
Come
am
on.
hip, but
All
I'm a little out of the Pokemon thing. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll forgive you.
There's one common denominator that I always see in the difference in men and women's bowling.
What's that?
Women are much more fundamentally sound,
Yeah.
and
Totally.
Yeah.
and that helps a ton at this
Yes,
level. A
I
ton.
agree. And not just because I'm a woman.
No, and I actually enjoy watching the women bowl for that one of the many reasons why. But that is a great tool to try to teach to the men on how fundamentally sound the women are.
I've heard a lot
do
of
you-
coaches say that, actually. That's
What do
very
you mean
common.
by fundamentally sound? Like,
If you watch the
explain
women
it to a
bowl,
layman.
if you watch the women bowl in 65 or 66, just let's watch how they
Like they just
finish
They
at the
can't.
foul line.
position.
Finish at
Yep.
the foul line.
Yep.
Their
That's what I was
timing,
thinking.
Timing.
their
yep.
rhythm and timing and tempo to the foul line. Watch how many times
Their arm swing.
they don't fall off balance,
Yeah.
and then watch how many times the men fall off balance.
Especially at this age.
You'll be hard pressed to find many women falling off balance
Why do you think that is?
because the men are trying to give everything they can, and they're a little bit more aggressive to the foul line. They create a little bit more speed.
Revolutions.
Less finesse.
Rotation. Yeah.
They have a little bit more anger management issue. No, but they just, again,
Look at that ball roll.
they're I think they're more apt to trying to be a little bit more aggressive. And,
Gotcha.
and controlled aggression is great. When you can be controlled aggression, obviously that's fantastic. But the women are very sound in their fundamentals. I mean, they shot repeat
Yes.
really
Yes.
good. Foul line back.
I will say, though, that, and I don't know how you feel, Tim, because you work with the players at the professional level, too. But I love coaching, like, this age group, a little younger, because you can catch things that are wrong and fix them, and then they're great until they find something else wrong. But you really can start to build a bowler at this age. And it's really cool to see them move up in the line all the way through. As long as you catch some, timing issues. Everyone has timing issues, though. I think you're always working on timing from the time you start bowling.
I love coaching people of all ages, or being behind them for support at all ages. For example, 2 weeks ago when you're out there, a couple weeks ago, watching Pete Weber create history.
Oh, yeah.
When
on a
you're
run.
when you're on his team and you're able to, give him one thing that ends up working, and then you see the fruits of his hard work and labor come through, and he comes through and gets the big win. And then you also see someone on obviously not Pete's level,
Yes.
and you see them do it right when you've asked them to try something new or something out of their comfort zone, and you see the joy in their face because they see the difference. They see the difference in a ball motion, or they see the difference in a shot shape, or just a feel, and that's very rewarding. And it's very gratifying.
That's an excellent.
Not too far off our camera is the tournament leader in the under 20 was Wesley Lowe. He's 4 pairs down. I just see him through his strike. I don't know what he bowled his first game, but I'm going to go down and take a peek real quick and just see what he had his first game,
All
just to
right.
see if he bowled 200 or not, because there's not a lot of 200s out there.
All right,
Although
report back.
Although Jacob Dunham has moved up here and he's got
okay,
200.
so we have some new new
So
guys
we got
coming.
the move coming up here. So we're going to see who's done what, and see if Wesley's bowled 200 or not. I'll be right back.
All right, let us
So-
know.
I got
Meanwhile, in
some
the
Pokemon
chat,
people.
meanwhile,
Okay,
the chat
what
room,
are-
get the
oh.
Pokemon people going, will you?
All right, what are our favorite Pokemon out there?
Derek said Charmander.
Oh, I agree.
Colby said Squirtle.
Okay. Which
Bulbasaur,
Tim Mack didn't.
and Pikachu.
Nice, all nice, very nice. Have they caught them though? That's the next question.
Can you catch a Pikachu? Is that even a thing?
Oh my gosh.
Or is
Do you
it
see what I'm
elusive?
dealing with here, guys? Like,
I thought he'd be the elusive one.
well, yes, he is elusive, but when you're a master, you
but
got to
you-
catch a ball.
Are you catching them too?
Do you
I
have
don't know.
to-
Maybe.
She is. I
Yeah.
was walking downtown, and I saw she's basically wandering out into traffic trying to catch
Oh
this
yeah, that's me. You're right. Yeah, well, I'm here for 12 hours a day. Yeah, you're right. What's the report back? Tim Mack has
The
entered
report
booth.
back is I have just seen the number 1 and number 2 bowlers in the under 20 division, which is Wesley Lowe and Pete Virgos.
Oh yes.
And I want to know from you 3 people in here, what do you think their scores were for the first game?
Wait, is this posed
is a
to
trick
us or to
question.
the chat?
I'm
I
posing
haven't
it to the chat.
Okay, I like it. Take us off.
And
the,
to-
off
Tell
the-
me
oh,
what
come
Wesley
on.
Lowe, who was the leader, averaging 219 going into, and don't look at the live scoring, that's not fair.
Do we have live scoring?
I don't know if we have live scoring up here or not where they
No.
could check
Wait,
the pair.
on lane 29 and 30?
No, they're not on 29 and 30. They're off the camera pair. I just went and checked and saw what they bowled game 1. So I know what they've bowled. Both of them bowled. I want to know what people in the chat thought. Pete Virgos was in second, averaging 218, and Wesley Lowe was in first, averaging 219. What did they bowl? And I'm going to give you 3 minutes to chime in, people on the chat, to write some scores down.
Okay, well-
and then I'm going to ask my colleagues up here, what do they think they bowled?
Okay, and while we have this guessing game go on, I want to talk about something else. I see difference between men or girls and boys bowling at this age group. So, men have no fear of getting the ball right.
No, they don't.
Women have a little fear when they're playing inside. They feel they keep their ball roll, their ball motion pretty tight. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's probably because, but most of them don't have launch angles off their hand to go left
It's
or
true,
right.
yeah.
Because their hips are a lot more square, and their game is more up the lane. So
Yeah.
there's not a lot of women in the world that throw it like Kelly Kulick and hook
No.
it.
Now Patricia
shit.
Rosales, who was just on our pair.
All right, so I got
She-
some.
Oh, we got some answers.
all right.
Okay.
Scores.
All right, go
All
ahead.
right, go ahead, fire away. What do we?
Derek started off with like the 210s, maybe a 211,
Okay.
187.
Okay.
Got Noah. He said 213.
Noah, you're my hero for being up right now.
Hey, Noah.
Justice says 215,
Okay.
maybe 206.
Okay. All right, that's enough guesses. Now I'm
and
gonna go.
180 to 195 from AJ.
Okay. AJ Johnson.
No,
Oh, okay.
AJ Chubb.
Okay.
Chubb? I think that's right.
All right. Now
We already
now I'm
apologized for
now I'm
name
gonna go to
pronunciation.
my panel.
Oh dear.
Tavio. Wesley Lowe's the leader. What did he bowl? What,
I would say about like 210.
Okay. Paul Block, National
He's playing
Geographic. What did he
Pokemon over
bowl?
there.
200.
What?
200. So you think Wesley and Pete Virgos are all around 210, right?
That's
Yeah.
what I think.
Okay.
Barely
Blair,
breaking the 2.
All right.
BB.
I'm gonna go 195.
195. So you think they're both around 195. So
Gonna go with a little sleepy and needing some time. All right, go ahead. Continue.
I definitely agree with the sleepy thing.
But they killed it, right?
They bowled 160 for Wesley Lowe
Really?
and 163 for Pete Virgos, and those are your
Oh.
tournament leaders.
Wow. See,
Okay.
it's tough out here, and
So-
it's early.
So
we
and that's if the scores carried forward with them and they carried correctly. But their scores up on the scoreboard were 160 and 163, and they're the leaders. And it just shows you how tough this tournament is.
It is.
But it
is
also
pretty
shows
tough.
you. Let's see what they do moving forward with the bad start and how they rebound from a little adversity.
Yep.
My brother is a great bowler and was a mentor of mine for my whole career. And he tells me bowling is a game of pain. And he who manages his pain, one frame, one game, one shot to the next, has the most success. And it makes sense because how you deal with adversity in this sport defines how successful you are the next shot, the next game, the next tournament, the next year.
That's absolutely true. And the mental portion
That's
of this
that,
game.
that's
yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
So how you deal with pain
Right.
determines how good you are successfully.
Yes.
Because if you're not thinking the right things, you're obviously not going to
exactly.
you're not going to throw the right shots and do the right things. So, for example, any bowler here, you guys all throw the front 9. All right, get up in the 10th frame. You solid 8. You solid 7, and she solid 9s. You strike on the 10th. She 279. You go to the next game. What are you thinking about after the last game?
You got to start over, guys.
Yeah, but you just shot 278,
Yep.
279. You went solid 8, dead perfect. You think, man, most everybody here is thinking, man, I just solid 8.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Oh, I just solid 9. I should have bowled 300.
Yeah,
But none of you guys are here rewarding yourselves for the 11 perfect ones you threw,
right.
right?
True. Yeah.
And that's the problem. We don't reward ourselves for the good we do. We focus more on the negative.
You know what? You're right. I think I was just talking to Paul about this as far as the reaction after like a positive game that it looks like it is. There's more focus on the negative.
Always.
And then you see a strike that actually happens or something where, they have a 3-bagger, but they still don't have a positive look because they're thinking of the negative things that are going on.
That's right. So, you got to reward yourself. We don't reward ourselves enough in this sport because it's already hard enough as it is. So these are some of the little things that you can do that could make it better over time. Now, you couple that with the fact that you're dealing with the ebb and flows of emotion, shot to shot, frame to frame, game to game. How you deal with your pain is going to determine. Now, pain might be the wrong word, but it's how you deal with adversity determines how successful you are the next shot.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
So the guys that are able to wipe it away clean, wipe their slate clean, and move on from it, have success, or internally deal with it better.
All right, so do you want to do a guess range of their second game for the live stream?
Should we do a giveaway? Can we do a giveaway?
We can now.
Sure.
I know.
Tim
Tim just at 7 a.m.
We're going to do a giveaway. These are the people
7 a.m.
This is a
the
bonus.
7 a.m. giveaway.
There we go.
This is a bonus to the people that have tuned in. I will give one of my jerseys, one of
All
one of my
right.
storm shirts that I have to anybody that can guess the combined total of Wesley Lowe and Pete Virgos game 2. Their total. So that means if it's 210, 420 would be the total. They win a jersey, and you guys?
You're looking for the closest number?
I'm looking for the closest number, and the exact number will win one of the storm shirts.
I like it.
What of like
Okay.
the T-shirts or something?
One of our storm, polo shirts. What have you?
I want to give Caroline a shout out because she's wearing Rotogrip and she has the coolest bow ever at 8 in the morning. She spent some time on that hair this
Go
morning.
Caroline.
I know. I'm liking
Caroline. I spent time on my hair too.
it. Uh-huh. Sure you did.
So we're getting some numbers up there, I'm sure. So we're gonna have to have these numbers somewhere where I can know what they want. We're gonna have to write some of these numbers down.
That's all you.
I'm gonna have to write something. I don't have the monitor.
I'm not a math major.
I'm going on Tavio over here. We're gonna the numbers. I'm gonna have to rely on him over here.
I'm trying to get some of this production stuff.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I'm gonna rely on Tavio with these numbers.
You got this, dude.
So we're gonna have to go back through this chat. So I hope we can archive this chat so we can figure out who's gonna win.
Well, we have to. I mean, we'll get the numbers.
Okay, here we go.
Paul
You got-
is standing
can you hear
on
me?
a table right now.
I can hear you.
I know, he's doing
So
some
we're
adjustments.
gonna have to
I'm a
find a
little
way.
Derek says 387.
Okay, Derek's 387. But
Are
we
we
got.
writing this down?
Are we gonna write this down somehow?
007
We need a piece of paper up
says 411. Do you have a piece of paper?
We got to get a piece of paper.
All
so
right, hang on.
I'm
Hold on,
asking for
people.
Blair.
I mean,
Write
you have
this
a
down.
digital iPad right there. Can you go
All right,
into
we
the
got
notes
this.
section? It's fairly simple.
We're
Paper's
working.
a lot
This is
easier,
over-
man.
Somebody was talking about Pokemon.
Shut up.
Down.
All right. 387. Who was that?
Who was 387? Derek.
387 was Derek Norman.
Derek.
Derek Norman.
All
Derek
right.
N.
What?
All right.
Okay, Derek
Then
N.
we got 411
411.
411.
Okay.
from. I'll just spell it out to you.
Okay.
AUSSIER
Aussie R.
What?
007.
Okay. Oh, screen name. There we go. Okay.
All right, we got 390
390.
from Slots 001.
Slots. I like that. Vegas slots. Get in there.
Is Blair making a spreadsheet?
Yes.
We're figuring
Wow,
out the
she's
numbers.
got
We're
this.
gonna
Justice Cross.
You
see
got
who's going to
this.
win this shirt.
Wow.
Says 396.
Who was that?
Justice Cross.
Justice Cross.
Got some excitement going on behind us.
Yeah.
We
Someone-
got
I like it.
420.
420.
Yep.
That doesn't count.
Who's-
That's the
420?
exact one.
PHRO.
PHRO.
That's the exact number that Mac threw out. I don't know if that one counts.
You know what? We're not. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. We're not throwing
Listen, we're
anybody
rewarding.
out.
We're,
Hey,
this is a
it's
reward.
8:30.
This is a reward. This is a reward for the
Alright.
people that have
I'm trying to fill in the more numbers here. So
So
we
that
got
was a
420
great shot and just did
from-
not read. That ball did
Alright.
not read the
You guys
point.
hearing me?
Okay.
All
Yep,
right,
sorry. No,
420
I was
from
watching bowling.
From PHRO, right?
PHRO.
Okay.
Last name TYRS.
TYRS.
Oh my god.
PHRO. Barrow.
He-
Well, I guess.
I don't know what he said.
What
We're
did
gonna
you
say T.
TARYS.
TYRIS.
All right,
Okay.
Tyrus. I
Got
like
it. All right. 420. It's written.
We got 386 from Mike.
Mike.
Okay.
We got Noah.
Noah.
Who says 438.
Like it, Noah. I like it. I like it. You got to stay up. Red Bull, whatever it takes.
Yep. We have Ryan. He says Wesley was 280. Pete 215.
Okay, so that's 495.
We have AJ. He says 412.
412. Okay.
Colby 4.
We just flipped the
15.
format. 415.
Okay. I like it, guys. I like it.
All right.
All right, that's all we got for numbers, right?
No.
Oh,
And we got
Oh my
592.
gosh, that was a monster.
592
okay,
for two?
592.
Yep.
Okay, there was just a really good shot. There's been some really good bowling shots out here, guys. 592. Who? What was the name? Sorry.
Is it Carol? C-A-R. Carl?
Carl.
C-A-R-Y-L.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Carol.
We got a flag waving. We have a
then
a
we have
ball
Cody.
return. We
Cody,
have-
It says
stay here. You stay
394.
here.
All right. And then that's it.
Oh yeah, I missed that.
What was that last one?
Cody said 394.
394.
394.
Okay.
Okay, we got it. We got
Okay,
it,
we're
guys. We were trying to multitask. I got yelled at. It's all good.
No, you didn't get yelled at.
We're all multitasking.
We're all multitasking right now.
We did have a flag waving. We have a lane breakdown of some kind on 63 and
Maybe a
64.
score. Yeah, looks like a pin dropped right there.
Oh, you're right. You're
looks
right.
like a 7 count.
Good call. Good call. Ooh,
So-
strike over here. Okay. All right.
That's a triple for Amanda.
Excellent.
So
There's been some really good shots on this
Caroline's got a chance to shoot 200.
pair. Caroline.
Look at
just
over there,
threw a
Sarah
monster.
Sains. Sarah Sains, 211.
Oh, we got a 200.
211, right on. Good bowling.
Excellent. Can we get? Oh, we. That's a
This lane is a
difficult
tough
split.
lane condition,
Difficult.
man.
It is. It is.
Tough lane
So
condition.
what we got?
Is
that it?
Well, that's all we got numbers wise.
We have
got
to wait.
2, 4,
They're not done
6,
bowling.
8,
Oh.
10. We got 12 people
That you said by the end. Never
at
mind.
the end of the game.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
I can't predict.
I
An
wasn't
hour.
paying attention.
An hour of
But
sleep over
I
there.
can I can tell you what I am
17
going to go
things
do.
right
I'm going to
now,
go down and look, I'm going to go down and look right now and see where it's trending at and see who's close right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. We really need a portable mic for him. I'm telling you. He's gonna run
We got
around.
one.
Oh wait, he's taking a mic. Okay. All right. So Tim Mack went on the run. Oh, that was another great shot. I'm telling you, 65 and 6, these girls are starting to get it. They're starting to wake up.
Okay, I know you guys can hear
Oh,
me.
here he is. Okay.
Wesley Lowe right now has 78 in the fourth with a strike up, and Pete Virgos has 38 in the third with a spare up. So, it's going to be close. It's going to be interesting, guys. I'm on my way back.
All right. We'll see you then.
He literally is not even out of eyesight.
All right. Let's see what Kate can do. She's on a strike. 10th frame. These are
All
really
right.
crucial. Hang on. We're watching Kate. Ah, she was on a strike. It's okay, though.
Good game. Solid game.
yeah, I'm telling
184
ya.
is a good game.
Fill in these frames. That's key.
Your girl Caroline over here with the
Telling
bow,
ya.
she has a chance for 200.
This bow, I think it's something. I think it's a good luck bow
Oh, there
or
you
something.
go.
I'm gonna interview her after about this bow.
There you go.
I'm loving it.
Nice spare.
She throws the ball pretty
64.
good too. All right.
So she could spare that and shoot 184.
Still a good game. Still
Very,
solid game.
very,
I'm
very,
telling
very
ya.
good game right now.
Anything above 180, I think, at this point is
Well, you got to
really
remember,
good.
the leader of the under 15 on the women's side
Pop
was
it up.
averaging 190.
Right.
So anything around 185, 190 is up with the leaders
Right.
in the under 15 division. So,
Excellent conversion over 10 or 7.
you know,
Ooh.
anything over 200 is obviously very, very, very good. So, Natalie with a fantastic shot in the 10th, and a striker there, and the first ball in the 10th.
She's playing a little squarer than the other girls on this pair. Kind of
A little
same.
more ball speed,
yeah.
a little firmer at the line. Again, as you see on the men's side, you see two-handers, EJ Bardas. I probably butchered that last name, but EJ with a strike.
My girl,
another
184.
two-hander.
I love it.
Shot, EJ. Good shot. Get a little camera time, buddy.
Hey. Tim Max throwing out the high fives. Tim, you
So
get a
high fives to the kids, man. I'm
high
excited.
five, thumbs up. You get a.
Are you ever not excited?
Well, I am right now because
I know. I love it.
someone's going to win it. Someone's going to win a shirt.
I know. It's a big deal. Tim Mack shirt, not just
No,
any
no,
shirt.
it's going to be just a Storm shirt.
Oh, okay.
Storm
It is-
shirt.
Are you gonna sign it though?
No, I'm just gonna give it to them because you don't want to sign the shirt. You want to let them wear it and
Oh, okay.
and-
All right.
in the league. And they don't. Not a lot of people wear autographed shirts.
You're
so
right,
I'm just gonna
you're right.
send it to them as a token of our appreciation
For being up at 7 in the morning with us.
from Utah and tuning in to the youth championships and showing your support. That I think you guys deserve a shirt.
I
So that's what I'm
agree.
gonna do.
I agree. I
like it.
well done.
The
Tim.
early
Well
bird
done.
gets the worm.
Or the jersey
early
in this
bird
case.
gets the worm, and right now you're getting a jersey.
What bowler doesn't need a new jersey?
That's right.
All right. What do we got here?
So, Amanda's going for 190 if she can
Amanda.
save this game, which would be a
Come on, Amanda.
fantastic save.
It would be absolutely
It's a good shot right there.
really good shot. Oh,
Fantastic shot from Amanda.
all right.
Paul's a little tired. I'm going to have to wake him up here a little bit.
Need some
Yes.
coffee? I got a
He's
little
working
extra
on 1
over
hour
here.
of sleep.
Actually, I don't want to give it away. You can't have my coffee. What am I saying?
I actually have had coffee one time in my entire life, and I will pass.
What is wrong with you?
Explosive diarrhea.
I don't think we can say that on there.
I think that's trouble, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to kick him out of the booth. Just kidding.
That's no, not it. By the way, just a taste thing. I don't really like hot drinks anyway.
I'm drinking iced coffee over here.
You don't like
I
hot
could
drinks?
I could
you
do
don't
that.
like tea?
I've never even had tea.
So how do you know you don't like it?
It just doesn't sound good.
What part? Just the T? The EA?
I don't know. There's something
All right,
about it.
Amanda converted her spare. Going up for the fill. Oof. It's all right. It's all right. It came back. 8. Still a great save for this game, considering it was a little rough to start. So 170 is still not bad. All right. We'll get a new pair of girls coming in. So we're gonna.
I'm going to go down and look at the update. The update. I got to check out the update.
Take
See-
your microphone with you.
See where we are, and I'm going to look
Why
at my.
don't you
take
see
the
if
micro-
any parents look like they want to be interviewed at 8:30 in the morning?
Grab
Yeah.
an interview while you're out there.
Yeah.
We're going to do it right now.
Do
All
it.
right.
Make yourself.
Tim Mack on the road.
Make yourself.
All right. So we're gonna watch a little of the guys bowling. So
So what we got going on?
I don't know yet. Hold on. No one's bowled yet.
Tim
got
has
Justin
pulled
up.
someone into our booth.
Justin has a clean game going
I'm going
on.
to need a headset right now.
Oh, all right. They're
I'm
stealing my
pulling-
headset. Bye, guys.
I'm pulling in Lenny DeJokas. We got Lenny DeJokas here in the booth with us. Lenny, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
Saw you back here cheering on your daughter, which is obviously fantastic. We'd like to talk to you a little bit about your experience and how you felt,
Sure.
how you've enjoyed the week here at Junior Gold, and talk a little bit about your daughter and
Sure.
What's happened this week? And where you're from, obviously.
We're from Long Island, New York.
Love it. I'm an East Coast guy. Give me 5 for that.
Lake
Love it.
Ronkonkoma.
I like it.
How far of a drive is that?
Bowl, a couple different houses in
Okay.
Long Island. My daughter won U12.
Bowl at Show Place?
Sorry?
You bowl at Show Place?
No, we bowl in Bowl, Long Island and Patchogue.
Okay.
My daughters won the U12 last year.
Fantastic.
And my son's bowling on the other side in the cut, so we're running back and forth.
You've had a busy week this week, then, huh?
A lot of 5:15 mornings and late nights, but the experience has been great. Tiring, but wouldn't give this up for the world to watch my kids bowl.
Well, we appreciate you, on behalf of Storm and obviously the USBC and everybody at the Junior Gold here. Appreciate guys like you supporting getting the kids involved in the junior programs and coming out here. Obviously, having your son and your daughter making the next round, making the cut, which is a testament to you and what you've done for your kids. And we're glad you've enjoyed the week. And thanks for coming in the booth and just saying hello. And
anytime.
I know you're going to be running around here, but we appreciate you taking the time out. Keep cheering
worries.
for your kids,
All
man.
right.
It's awesome.
Wouldn't
Thanks
give
for
this
your
up
time.
for the world, guys. Thank you
Thanks
very
a
much.
bit. Have a good one, okay? Appreciate you.
Nice.
Well, there you go. Good young man from the East Coast coming in, talking about his daughter and his son, and we're going to try to bring parents in
I love it.
during this whole time, and I'm just going to grab people off the street like that, and people off the street because really this is with his
street.
Yeah, right off the street, right out of the crowd,
Tim Mack
and
on the road.
with as many people as we have here, I'd like to know from the parents this week how many steps they've logged in their little step counter, their logger. You know what I mean?
Well, my Fitbit's been on fire, so it's
Be pretty cool, right?
Oh, yeah. That would be awesome.
All right, here we go. I'm going to go take the mic down. I'm going to give us an update on who's closer to winning that jersey. Be right back.
All right. All right, let's see what we got. We got EJ up. Rough.
I can't see how Tim can be so awake.
He's always awake.
So early.
He's a superstar. You don't understand Tim Mack. No, I'm just kidding.
There, if you guys can hear me, I'm going to give you guys a quick update on what's going on.
All right.
I'm kind of looking at you over there, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. Okay. Wesley Lowe is in the 6th frame. He's got 98 with a spare up in the 6th frame. And Pete Virgos has 75 in the 5th with a strikeout. So their max score right now would be 238 and 225. So anything over 463 is out. So we can cross out anything over 463 because 463 would be their max score. And that's the update from down here. I'm coming back to the booth.
All right. So we got a 495 is out, 592. Sorry, guys. You're out. It was Ryan and Carl. We got some mic exchanges going on. All right, what do we got going on? We got Justin's up. Justin has a clean game going here. So let's see what he can do.
Oh, it's Carol, not Carl.
I'm sorry, Carol. Hi, Carol. I apologize.
Well, that was Justin Carl, just so you know, on lane 63, who just threw a strike. Sorry, Carol.
We got a lot going on here.
And on lane 63 again, we got Jacob Dunham, who's bowled the 200 game in the first game, and it's clean through 5 with a double. So got an opportunity to shoot, 250, 260, 260 early. So let's see what happens here.
Oh, 64 just had an unlucky break.
He's got a high backswing, too.
Oh, and he leaves a chip 4-9 pin. Nice soft hand from Jacob. Keeping his angles tight, not opening up the lane. So he's taking, grandma's teeth. When I say grandma's teeth, the splits and the 5 counts and the 4 counts out of play by
nice
just keeping the ball in and online.
Got some new girls too.
Wow, this lefty girl. Woo.
Yeah, I know.
Who was that? Jennifer Laredo. Wow. Boy, did she get through
good. Yeah. She actually, other than Wesley Lowe, I've not seen a lot of lefties out here this week. So this will be good all day. I'm excited to see some lefties. Oh, that was tough.
Took a snap.
Yeah.
Whoop. Did you say snap block? What? I just heard snap. I'm sorry.
Wide awake.
Oh, okay.
Snap block?
I heard snap, and I thought, that was it. So.
What are your thoughts on the snap block?
Snap block. New release on the Storm side. pearl asymmetrical.
My favorite ball in my bag.
Great compliment to the successful lock series that we have out already.
Oh, that was a monster shot.
This snap lock is really clean through the front, but still strong enough core and cover to read the mid and makes an incredible motion down lane for an asymmetrical bowling ball. So I think it's a great compliment.
So are you locked in?
I've been locked in for a while now, so that's what I do.
In.
Clearly.
Update on what's happening. Happy Strike's being thrown on 65.
Yeah.
That was a strike with a phase, so I'm going to call that one a happy strike.
I like it.
Was it Faith Welch that threw that strike with a phase? Faith having faith in her face. There you go.
Faith
Happy strikes.
Faith threw a monster ball there. It was good.
Oh, by the way.
What's up?
Kyle Troop, he's been here at Junior Gold.
He did
hung out with us.
We did see a fish sighting.
Yeah.
We caught some fish.
Yeah. He was catching Pokemon as well. But that's besides the fact.
If I hear Pokemon one more time, I'm leaving this booth.
You didn't get to hear who their favorites were. The live chat's all about Pokemon.
He was here, and new video in the works already.
Sorry, new video in the works?
I should probably let our other video guy know about this. Yeah, no, we discussed it. We didn't involve you.
Just let the cat out of the bag there.
But new video of Kyle
live.
Troop.
We can go back and watch it over and over and over again.
I know.
Hey. We had a lot of fun making that first phase video with Kyle. He was a good sport.
To let us
long
throw powder in
hours.
his face all the time.
Yeah. Got messy. We ruined a pair of his bowling shoes.
Unbelievable.
We ruined a lot of things in that room.
Ruined a lot of things.
But you sacrifice for the art.
Yeah, it's for the art.
For the sport.
Represent Bob Ross.
Man, I'm telling you. Oh my gosh, it's Lefty. She is. I wonder how old she is.
Under 15.
Thank you for that.
He's quite astute in his observation.
Jennifer Laredo, nice shot. Yeah, all right. We're right here, almost in the settee with the players, so we can root them on. They can hear us.
Okay, Tim Mack, Alpha Crux or Snap Lock? We got this from Noah.
Depends on what you're bowling on, buddy. I can tell you this: if you're bowling on a heavy oil condition, and you want to get something that revs up early and still makes a continuous motion down lane early on the fresh, you probably want to use Alpha Crux. Okay, it's got a little bit more teeth in the cover, and it's stronger, got a little bit more, rolls heavier in the front of the lane and the mid lane. Once the fronts and the mids start to go and they start to burn up a little bit, you got to create a little bit more angle, and also you want something that's cleaner through the front, but you still want that asymmetrical, strong motion off the spot. That's when you go to snap lock. So you got to be able to read your ball motion and read your ball reaction. However, you could also flip the other side and shine the Alpha Crux and surface the snap lock and flip it the other way as well. And that's a testament to everybody at R&D in Utah and how versatile our bowling balls are. So it's all contingent on what you want to see and what your eyes want to see. But the way R&D designed those bowling balls and the way what we designed them for, obviously on the fresher, heavier oil lane conditions, the Alpha Crux has been a very successful bowling ball. And that could be heavy oil, meaning medium pattern, longer pattern. But when there's a lot of oil on the lane, the Alpha Crux has been a very successful nugget for many different people and many different shot shapes. And the snap lock has been great once that oil carries down and starts to transition on the lane. Then you can obviously go to that bowling ball. So.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted one of the two. The snap lock or the Alpha Crux.
All right. Both good choices.
How many patterns have been used this week?
I believe they had 4 different patterns for their qualifying rounds, didn't they?
It's four different patterns, but yes.
So
I'm not sure. Yeah, and they don't know. They're really bowling And that's the way you should go into a tournament, though. You know, I don't really like when people only you look at a lane graph and you go, okay, I have to play up the board 3, because with the topography of a house, you know, outside of 5 might not be working. So really not knowing and just watching your ball motion, that's key. But yeah, they had 4 different patterns, and they were trying to guess. We were trying to guess too. We were guessing lengths, but they'll release. I've heard that. I think they'll release the patterns after the tournament is completed, so they'll get to see what they bowled on, and then maybe, you know, they'll go lay them out at home and practice on them, and just it'll make them that much better the next time they step on the lanes. So
Nice.
they're tough, though. They are tough. Nick Hoagland knows how to make a challenging lane graph. I'll tell you that much.
So these are not patterns that are like, I don't know if proprietary is the right word, but they're not exclusive to this tournament. They could see these patterns again at some point.
Yeah, and I think that if after a tournament or after a pattern's been released, youth scratch tournaments will use like this year's junior gold pattern at their events, so that the kids get used to seeing them, because that's really how they prepare, is they bowl at the tournaments all year long. And I mean, that's the only way you can get better, is bowling on the stuff.
Yeah.
Any age you are, really, like, you know, adults, I encourage them to join sports leagues just to see what it's like. Get off of those house shots and see what the other world sees. What do you think, Tim?
That's why some of the youth and some of the kids and even some of the adults now have hard times pulling on short patterns, because you have to play right on the short patterns. The shorter the pattern, the further right you have to play. Okay? So any pattern that's in the 30s, if you're not, you know, length of 30s, and if you're not playing right, that's not good.
Right.
So the problem is that a lot of these proprietors in these houses, you know, they just want to oil the league pattern out, and that's it. And you can't play to the right on. You can't play up 5 on a house shot. There's too much friction.
Yep.
So they can't learn the shot shapes that they need to learn when they come here. So it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but that's what makes these kids so great, because they can move all over the lane.
Yeah, they're getting better at it, but
they are. Yeah.
The kids still have to. The one thing is they have to learn how to play the short patterns, and they haven't been able to embrace that and do that.
Right.
So
Hey, I have a question from Justice. Is the Storm Skyrocket a good ball to use?
it's a great ball to use. Storm Skyrocket's great. Depends on what you want to use it on.
I'm popping in on this one because I shot my highest game ever
Tall block. Here you go.
with a Skyrocket.
Special appearance.
Hey, by the way, I've never like been with Storm for a little over a year.
Yeah.
Never shot above like a 150.
Skyrocket. What was your game?
The Skyrocket that night went out 223.
Boom.
Boom.
Well, there's
No,
your
I'm
there's
not
your
saying
Skyrocket
like I'm
plug.
like
There's
pro,
yours. 73 pin improvement
It
with
was,
one ball.
Pretty impressive.
Justin
that.
Carl's got a 3-bagger here right in front of us.
3-bagger. It's a big deal, guys. It really is.
Looks like Justin Timberlake, actually. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, we're losing stuff.
Whoa, yeah.
Paul's trying to exit the booth.
Paul's exiting the booth and knocking over the tower.
He got really excited on that 220 game, and he knocked over almost everything.
Are we still on power?
Hang tight, guys. Hang tight.
All right.
All right.
We're good.
We're good. Okay.
We're alive.
That was exciting. You never know what's going to happen inside the booth.
All right.
Never know.
I'm leaving it. I got to go get another update down there, see who's going to win this shirt. So
Oh, yeah, they're close.
I'm going to take a peek at you guys when I get down there, so hold on.
All right. I've been abandoned. He'll be back, though. It's okay. All right, so we got Justin on a 3-bagger. Nice spare by Jennifer. She is...
Give me a wave, guys. Can you see me?
We're good.
Okay, Wesley Lowe is finishing his 10th frame right now,
Okay.
and he can max out in the 10th for 203.
203. Oh, I need to go back to my
So
notes section. Okay.
make sure we get that written
203.
down somewhere. 203 for Wesley. And Pete Virgos can strike out in the 10th frame for 205. So that would be 408. Wesley's fill ball was a strike, so Wesley shoots 203. And now Pete Virgos is going to go up and we're going to see what he does right now. And I'm going to stay down here for the 10th frame.
I think our closest.
I could see you, Tabia, so I'm going to stay down here for the 10th frame, all right?
You're good. You're good. Okay, so we've got Aussie Rue 7, 411.
007.
007. I'm sorry, 007.
Yeah, he had 411. Or they had 411.
Yeah, I think that's, we have a 412. AJ
Blair,
said 412.
can you see me down here? Virgos got the first strike, so he's going to be in the 190s minimum.
Okay.
If he strikes to the next ball. 410's looking pretty good, by the way.
What 410? I think it was 411.
It was 411.
So
Okay.
Pete's about to step up and take a second shot
AJ
right
at
now.
412. Colby 415. 411. Yeah, you're looking good, 411. 411.
What's the 411?
Well, the 411 is Justin does not get the 4-bagger.
Nope.
3-6-10. But I have faith in him to keep his clean game going. Although this can be a difficult spare on patterns. Whew. Man, these patterns are so touchy, I'm telling you. You miss a little bit in, and you're flying left. You miss a little
Blair,
bit
can
right.
you see me?
Yes, we can.
Pete Virgos got the second strike in the 10th. So
Second strike.
a strike on the fill here will put the max score at 408.
408.
I think 410 is going to be our winner, whoever picked 410.
411.
Unless someone picked 409 or 408. But here he goes right now, and it's a strike, 205.
Okay. So we got 411 is our winner. So we need to reach out to him and get either an email address or an address.
All right. Sweet.
Or I guess send us your email address. I don't know if we can chat with you.
So
411.
11. Aussie
411.
Rue is the winner.
He thinks it's 007 over here.
Aussie 007?
Yeah, I don't know.
Aussier?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 007.
408.
I call that 007.
408
Sorry,
was
James Bond.
the winning score, the total score, and 411 is going to win the bet.
Okay. We've got an update on something we said at the beginning. So I think that we said earlier that they are cutting to 32 in the U15 girls, and I just got a text message that we think it's 43 to 24.
Okay, so they're going to cut more, yeah.
Yeah,
okay. Which
that makes a
that
little
makes
more
sense.
Yeah.
It actually does make sense.
So in U20, we're cutting from 194 to 64. They're bowling 5 games. And in U15 girls, we're cutting from 43 to 24 in 5 games. And we are going into game 3. Game 3.
It's in Australia.
Australia. All
Yeah.
right, I'll give it to Belmo.
Rockstar down there.
We're going to have a hard time getting that shirt to you. Jeez.
Yeah.
We're going to need an address.
What time is it there?
It is probably around 11 o'clock, depending on where he is in Australia. 11 p.m.
Okay. Late
11 or 12.
Night owl. All right.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's got to be, if he's on, I don't know if he's in Sydney, Australia, or.
Yeah, because it's 22:50 there right now.
Yeah,
they're 14 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, it's 10:50.
Yep.
That's pretty close.
All right. Let's talk some bowling.
So we need to have his address.
Yeah. I'll get in contact.
Yeah.
We need to get contact to get you a shirt, my friend.
Good guess. Good guess.
Yeah.
So
Let's talk some bowling. This pattern looks touchy.
Why we haven't been talking bowling?
I mean, we have been
about?
talking
We've been
bowling.
talking everything.
Okay,
We're all over the
you guys
map,
got Pokemon
guys.
and just kind of through the.
Oh,
I
my
mean,
goodness.
we're here all day,
He
guys.
is-
Listen, I want to talk about Jordan Bryant on 61 and 62.
All right.
Got a clean game with a double.
Yep.
And then we have Hunter Kempton's got a double up there. He could shoot 200. Justin Carl had an open in the 9th. He could shoot 200.
Oh, trip out at 4 there.
200 right now.
4-9.
Bowlers on the men's side are clearly migrating to the left side of the lane,
Clearly.
moving deeper and deeper into the middle of
And actually, the girls' side, I'm seeing some girls move out right. it's not totally working yet, but that's their move.
Oh.
They're trying to move out more to the right than they have been.
Well, right in front of us here, Mary Orff is got 106 to the strikeout, so she's bowling a nice game. Jennifer Laredo got off to a great start,
Yes.
but has kind of faltered here the last couple.
She left a miserable
Laredo,
split the last.
Laredo.
Laredo. I think it's Laredo.
Lare.
I'm gonna go with Laredo. Jennifer Laredo.
Oh man, she throws it great, and she's back in.
She's
back
back
in
in
the swing of
business.
things. So
We got
she
Faith.
strikes again.
Faith has a good game going up. She's on 66. Faith Welsh. And we've got Alex. Alex has had a couple splits, it looks like.
I've just got a text, guys. There's somebody in the building. Big Wes Malot's in the building.
Whoa. What's up? And he is coming.
I think he's on. But he's on best. He's way more fun to me.
Oh. Well, I think we'll see. He's not way fun. You both are fun.
It'll be cool.
Wes Malott, his son is bowling great this week.
Yeah, he's in the hunt on in his division.
Yep. I got an autograph from his daughter this week, who is the next big superstar. I'm calling it now. Little Brooke. She's coming for this U12 division in the girls. I don't know how old she is, though. She's got a couple years, I think.
So we got Jordan Bryant going up for a triple. Clearly can bowl the highest game we would see today so far.
And
in these first two games.
Is he off screen? Yeah, he's a little off screen.
Just on lane 62.
They might be able to see it. They might be able to see Jordan.
You might
bowl.
see his ball go down the lane.
Maybe.
On lane 62.
It depends on the
I don't know.
camera
Can you
angle.
see lane 62 off in the distance there?
I can see. Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, you can see it.
So
You'll see his
Jordan's
ball
up.
go through the shot. He's on. He's on
Jordan's up
62.
right now.
Great shot from Justin Carl again.
He's having a good game there, too.
Other than that
He's
one
gonna be
wayward shot,
missed.
I'm going to call him Justin Timberlake because that's what he looks like. He's got cool hair. Just cool.
Wonder if he's got dance moves. He might.
Oh,
Greek
boy,
church.
it went right through the face.
Greek
Greek
church. Bummer.
So
It's okay.
That's going to slow his momentum down.
Yeah, it's okay. He's still good. I mean, it's.
It's never okay to Greek church player.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
You're a
know.
bowler,
I know.
you know that.
I know. Well, actually,
Especially on a double.
Yes. All right, whatever. I'm done. I'm going to drink my coffee over here, wake up a little more before
Let's talk about
Wes
the
gets
girls.
in here.
Let's talk about the girlies.
All right, we got this.
Jennifer Laredo. We're going with Laredo. That's what you said. I'm going with Laredo then.
I'm going to watch and see if Jordan. I'm sorry, Jordan.
Oh, he almost made it.
Oh,
he
he
almost
did
made it.
almost make it.
Yeah, almost made it.
Just left the lone
Got four, so you
pitch.
can shoot 2 teen. We got Justin Carl. Jennifer throwing another great shot. Wow.
Phenomenal.
Right there in the hunt.
She is. Where did she start today? Let's see where. All
Very
right.
well.
Let's
Very
see what's
well
going
done.
on. All right. Jennifer Laredo. Jennifer going into today was in 12th place.
And she bowled 150 her first
Oh, rough.
game.
Well, that's okay. You know, the scores are not high on the girls' side.
She would have bowled.
So this game will make up for that first game, and she'll.
No, she bowled higher than that. She bowled 190. 187, I think, her first game.
Yeah.
No. 180.
That was a good shot by Dave over there.
170.
going.
She bowled 170 her first game, I think.
All right, so
She's in good shape.
yeah.
And Justin Carl here had a solid 203, which is very good on this.
Yep. We'll see if Sarah. Ooh, pick one. It's tough to do there.
I think Paul went to take a nap.
He might have.
He's a little tired.
If you see Paul under a bleacher.
You guys are troopers, man, for what you've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, we're a little tired. I'm not gonna lie.
You should be.
I think everyone in the building. That's the consensus this week. Is a lot of hours for everybody: bowlers, parents, coaches, volunteers. It's a lot of, like we said earlier, it's a lot of moving pieces to get these kids to where they are. But it's for the kids. It's for the kids.
Of course.
And we love them. We love youth bowling. We love the future of the sport. It's bright. It's very bright.
Yeah, I don't think we deny the purpose for it. It's just the fact that
We're
it's
tired. I know. I gotcha. Crystal Elliott is going for a turkey. Oh, she nails it.
Yeah.
That was a great shot.
That was really nice.
Saving the game. That's what these tournaments are all about.
She is. We've seen 2
From
games
Florida.
get saved on this game. Gold IQ going down the lanes
Yeah,
on
I
63.
saw that over there.
Little throwback.
It's a pretty ball.
It's very pretty. Stands out. I like it. All right, Jennifer Laredo. She can also have a turkey
39.
here.
She could bowl the highest game we've seen in the building so far. That's a little right. All right, 7. She's gonna have to make that spare.
It's gonna be a.
It's a tough one. Anything double wood in these patterns.
But I've seen everybody that
always tough.
leaves double wood today. They are nailing those today. So
I love my guy EJ here. I love how he throws.
I do. He's got a lot of energy too. It's like he's awake.
Happy-go-lucky. Well, they
wide
should be awake now. It's almost 9 o'clock.
I'm not awake. My
Well,
coffee
drink
hasn't
more
kicked.
coffee.
I'm telling you,
Noah's
I'm almost
been asking-
done. I'm gonna run out.
Noah's been asking about the haywire. He wants to know
What do you want to know about it?
if it's good to bring for him, and then he goes on to say that since it's a multi-use ball for him, for how he uses it, is it a good ball to bring for him?
Well, if it's a multi-use ball, then absolutely. If it gives you a number of different looks and a number of different shots, and you're using it in a tournament like a 6-ball tournament, you 100% should bring that ball, because then that gives you more options. When you use a ball that maybe is drilled or used for a certain lane condition, then it doesn't have a big window. And when you're only checking in 4 or 5 balls or 6 balls in a tournament, then 100% you should certainly be using
versatile.
a ball that's versatile. And if you're saying that ball's versatile, I'd be putting it in my bag, buddy.
It'd never leave my bag if it's versatile for me. My versatile balls stay there all the time. Okay, Madison Bailey on lane 67 just left a killer 9-pin. It hurt me over here. I feel for
it
her.
sounded like it.
Yeah, there was crowd, groans, everything going on. All
Haley
right,
Euchre with 190
Crystal
over there.
can have a 4-bagger here.
Threw it good.
And
another good shot.
All right, good shot.
She gets through it really good. Wow.
I know.
She reminds me of Tabia Sawyer at the bottom. she hooks it. Holy cow. It's got a hook.
It was a little right. All right.
And you're going to see the women are going to be done quicker than the men because they have less bowlers and they have less time to travel between pairs.
That's true.
So your under 15 women are going to be finished quicker than the men.
Yeah, these guys are stacked up over here.
Well, it's just, when you're not throwing a lot of strikes and you got to walk 60 lanes to
Takes
your
a
next
little
pair,
bit of time.
and the concourse is full
Jam-packed.
up with people. It's hard to keep moving around. That's for sure.
We are. It is busy in here, guys.
Hunter Kempton just left the 4-9 in the 10th on a triple.
I think Paul got lost in the crowd. I think that's the
I
problem.
think Paul went to take a nap. He was tired.
It's okay, though.
Hey, what's the update on Madison Bailey?
Madison Bailey just shot 170. A nice 170. She only had 1 open.
She had 2 opens.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 opens. There it is.
She missed. But 170 doesn't kill her.
Yeah, no.
Right, doesn't kill her. So
my girl Caroline is still going over here. It's the bow. I'm telling you guys.
She bowled 214. How about that? Highest game on the women's side
telling
so
ya.
far.
My girl.
Caroline's going to have 398 for 2, and that's going to make up an
Nice.
awful lot of ground. Let's see where she was. Let's see where Caroline was in the standings, because
All right.
398 is going to make up a lot of ground.
Look at her. She is the comeback kid. She was the last to qualify.
And she's going to make up a lot of ground
Yeah,
with
she
398.
is.
I can tell you that.
So it's
She
the
was
bow.
averaging 169 before this morning, everybody. And she's gone 184, 210. She has 394 for 2 games.
I'm telling you.
That is very, very, very good.
On this stuff, absolutely. Jennifer Laredo.
She makes a spare. It's going to be in the 190. She got bad count there, but 199 is still a really good game.
Yes, it is.
But on
We'll
the
keep her
bottom
in the
here,
hunt.
we talked about it earlier, Faith Welch has a chance to shoot 244. I feel a presence of somebody. I don't know if you can feel. I feel a presence. I feel something. I feel something.
I don't know about this.
I feel it. Yeah, I do. I felt it.
You're going to find out what we're feeling
Come
in
on
a
over.
second.
Hey, we've got a special. The big band has
Special
joined
guest.
us. The franchise is in the house.
Franchise. Jumping in. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
The franchise is in the house,
Easy.
baby.
What is up?
Yeah, Daddy. Where were you at 7 a.m.?
Yeah, man.
Hey, I offered.
Hey, man, you were
I'm
counting
very
sheep.
You
loud
wanted
on
to
here.
sleep in.
You were counting sheep.
Admit it.
Come on, man.
You've had a busy week.
I offered. I was asked to be here at 9 o'clock. What time is it? What time
I
is
don't
it?
know. 9:01. You're
Yep,
1
e-
minute
and
late.
I
No,
made
he's
my
not. You're
appearance
here.
down there, helping out my local bowler down there, Jordan Dawkins.
All right.
and the
Fair
How's he
enough.
doing? How's Jordan doing? Give us an
Jordan
update on Jordan. Dawkins, the guy, your local boy.
Dawkins struggling a little bit today.
Right.
We've
you
seen
know,
a lot of that.
But,
That's okay.
Yeah, scores look a little lower, but
Yeah.
I think
Phew,
just
they're
my presence scared him a little bit.
Oh,
Nervous.
They started out with
A
the
little
first
nervous.
3, so yeah. I mean,
that's it.
Beautiful. Well, listen, we got a chance to have the highest game in the building that we've seen so far, which is Faith Welch right in front of us.
Faith. She's up.
She has a chance to shoot 244, and that would be 40 pins higher than any game we've seen so far.
Ready?
And that's left, and that's got to Brooklyn.
Come on, Brooklyn.
Hey, there's
Come on.
been-
All right,
Aw,
we'll take
all right,
220.
all right. That's-
those are out there this week.
They are.
Yeah, 220 would be a really, really
so,
good game right
so
now.
Wes, tell us a little bit about your week, because you've had a busy week.
Yeah, I'm wearing many hats this week.
Yes.
Many hats. So, started off at where did we start this week? Well, we started off. We
Youth
got here.
Open.
Your
Were you
pro-am
here
on
for that?
Friday. You
Well,
had
we
the
got
whole
here
pro-
Thursday, actually.
Oh, I forgot
so
about the Pro-Am. I
so-
totally go ahead, continue.
How do you forget about the pro-am that we did for these kids?
You were a rock star. I'm so sorry.
Well,
There was so much
I was
stuff,
just
Wes.
I was
Come
just
on.
hanging out here. My daughter Brooke was the rock star and has
I
been all
said-
week.
I called her the next superstar. I got her autograph. I have her autograph. I'm ready.
Many people have her autograph, not just you. But yeah, she's
She's awesome.
a hoot.
I love Brooke. I said I took
so-
a selfie. My favorite Malott. I got my selfie. All right, go
yeah,
ahead.
I saw. But we started out Thursday with the Youth Open with the group from up, the Northeast with Parker Bones, kiddos. Leslie organized all that. I don't know how she did it. It's like 18 teams or something, so incredible. And started off that Thursday, Friday morning. Then Friday evening we had pro-ams. So changed hats, put that one on. Then Saturday, got practice session in the morning, get to registration, hang out there for hours. Did the seminar with Steve Klumpkin. And then some more practice session on Sunday. Head to the park, have a little fun, sign a lot more autographs, and change hats again, get back in the bowling center, help Jordan out. And now we've made it through the advanced round with Jordan, and now he's into the match play later on this afternoon. So
Pulling pretty good.
I've just been in a million different places.
We appreciate you coming down here. Obviously,
Yes,
obviously it's
absolutely.
going to be a pretty exciting afternoon. I got a chance to go over and watch Jordan throw it at Southern, and man, he's definitely the future. He throws it great and growing like a weed, man. Last time I saw him, I was taller than him. That didn't last too long, but
No.
he's had a great week this week too. He's pulled really, really good, considering
Yeah, he's had moments for sure.
the moment. I
you
mean,
know-
he's in a position to win.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
that's
I
all
mean,
you can
it's-
ask for yourself, right?
I guess it's just, I get to see it every day.
Right.
And I know how much potential he has.
Sure.
And when he figures it out, just like in baseball, I say it every day, when he figures it out and he learns how to use his legs,
Right.
it's going to be scary. It
Yeah.
already is scary.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what's amazing, and it's so fun to be a part of. And, I don't even want to say coach because, I help him, I guide him, I give him suggestions and stuff, but most of the stuff is on his own. It's so natural. It's amazing.
Right. How much do you think of that as if just him watching and picking up stuff over the years? It's got to be a lot, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the kid was throwing a bowling ball with his fingers in it at 18 months old, so
Yeah, so
Nice.
there you go.
that
So,
doesn't happen very often.
a lot of parents that are bowlers struggle sometimes with the relationship of coaching their kid. How do you feel? Has there been moments of frustration? Have there, how do you handle that?
I could tell you there was frustration because I was over at Southern. I tell you to go around it. That's not going around it.
Oh, we sold him out there.
When you're as great, listen, I'm interrupted here right now,
Well
but when you're as great as Wes is,
Oh, yeah.
when you're as great as Wes is, and I know from being a father, you want the best for your kid.
That's exactly what I said yesterday.
You want the best for your kid.
That's exactly what I said yesterday over at Woodland when I was live streaming with Craig Elliott.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to get wrapped up and be in these kids' ear every single shot because you see it, you know what you want to do.
Sure.
Yep.
And that's what I kind of got caught up in that the first day or two. And I started to see it myself.
Yeah.
But my wife also mentioned something to me, and God bless her. She's sitting here trying to
She's a rock star.
kind of have to be around me, I think. But so she's trying to kind of be the middleman here and kind of keep everything calm and
massage the situation.
Exactly, and it's very difficult because I'm not the easiest person to get along with.
You're the franchise.
But I know I'm not the worst guy in the world, but it's when I see something, and I'm working with Jordan. I'm trying to get him to see the lane the way I want to see it, and I got to step back though because there's a lot of times I know how I want to see the lane, and I just can't get my body or my hand to do the right thing at the right time.
Right,
and,
right.
I got to realize this kid's only 12.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's how much talent he has.
Yeah, when you see it,
there.
it's hard not to say,
Man.
wow, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this and this. Here, do this. So I get it. So it's impressive to watch him, and
it's fun when he gets it going.
Yeah, and if he can continue it, obviously today, and we wish you luck on our side up there because you guys are up at Woodland, right, this afternoon, right? So hopefully, he can make the show, and then we'll get him. We could get a chance to watch it. Everybody will get a chance to watch him on the shows down here. It'd be really, really cool. So
I have
That's the goal.
I have another question for you, Wes. Okay, so I felt Wes's presence all around this week, even when he wasn't there, because I saw kids in your jerseys all week long, all at the different centers when we were traveling around looking at all the squads. So tell us a little bit about those, because there are, lots of kids out there that have the Wes Malott logo on them.
Right. Well, I host a youth scholarship event Memorial Weekend down in Austin, Texas at home. And with that, one thing we've started doing, this is now the second year, working with High Five and, getting replica jerseys in a couple different colors and, get a pretty good price, and we're able to kind of pass that on to these kiddos. And they, I'm very, very fortunate and grateful that these kids support me and my jersey design, and you see them out here. And this year there was a mishap with the jersey order, and we didn't get any U sizes. And so High Five worked with us graciously to make the situation right, because there were a lot of kids that weren't able to get jerseys on site because I didn't have any small sizes. I mean, the smallest size I had was probably just a couple of adult mediums and mostly large and extra large. So I didn't have any smaller sizes, and they worked. And actually had them made here in the States, and they let us custom make them to some of these kids, and that's why you see some of them with their name on the back and some don't. But again, so grateful that High Five worked with us on that. And I mean, we had an additional 40 custom order jerseys that they got done in a very, very timely manner, and had them ready here at Junior Gold for these kids to pick up and wear this week. So
it's pretty cool, man.
They
pretty
looked
cool.
really nice. Yeah. They looked.
I'm not going to get off the subject here, guys, but I want to talk about this kid, Kevin Fisher, right here, who's on 63.
Oh, yeah.
What a great story.
Unbelievable.
In March
story.
this year.
I rember seeing his face on Bowl.com.
He had an aneurysm.
That's right. That's what it was.
Yeah.
He had an aneurysm, an aortic aneurysm. I think it's something wrong with his heart. That's a very, very unique, and it's apparently it's in his family.
Yeah, because
from what I read, his mother had
it,
and he almost died. And to see him here 3 months later competing and making the final.
I was going to say, now he's in the advanced zone.
I'll tell you what, it's a heck of a story to see, and you got to take your hat off to him. This Kevin Fisher, young man,
to go through rehab.
Young man who went through rehab, and I commend him for what he's done. I talked to I saw him the other day bowling, and he throws it great.
Yep.
And what a story! What a story! Just really
Great
cool to
story.
see him. Really cool to see him here, see what he's gone through. And, in just a short amount of time to be here bowling this event and doing what he's doing is really, really impressive. So I don't know where he is in the standings.
That's what I'm looking.
Yeah, and at this point in time, for what he's just the fact that he's made it through this cut.
So coming into this
57th.
round, he was in 57th.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Right. And he's 40 under for the block for the
Yeah.
first 2 games.
Yeah.
So and the
Which-
scores are not high.
No, they're not. They're
Which
down a little bit
he
today.
was 50 under for the first 16 games.
Yeah,
so
and they cut to the 64, so he's right around the number.
Yep.
They cut to 64 in this number, so
could see him in the next round.
yeah, he could potentially get to the next round right now as well. So I just wanted to mention him because he happened to be on our
eye.
pair here, and it's a really, there's a lot of great stories this week. Obviously, when you have
Unbelievable,
3,300 kids here, but here's one of the feel good stories that shows you this. Hey, you should never quit, never give up, no
Yep.
matter what. And if you have a dream, you should follow that dream. And
Yeah.
he obviously wanted to be here. And hats off to him for going what he's gone through, and his family for the support he's had at home, obviously. Good
Yeah,
kid,
it's-
great kid, Kevin Fisher.
It's great to see.
Not a lot of strikes being thrown, Wes. I mean,
No,
I
I don't think there's many strikes being thrown anywhere in this town this weekend.
yeah,
No.
I bounced around to every single venue. The only one I haven't got up to is Woodland, obviously, and you've been up there as well. So I can tell you that, and I've told people afterwards, if you make 65% of your makeable spares, if you make 65 to 70% of them, the ones that you end up missing, you make the finals of this tournament every year.
Easily.
And that's the name of this game. And I'd like to tell. I was talking earlier about people and the great bowlers, and obviously your name came up plenty of times. The great ones are all great spare shooters. They know how to strike, but when they're not striking, and they can't find their way, they're great spare shooters. Tell us a little bit about why that's so important, especially when the lane conditions are this hard,
Brutal.
this
Brutal.
demanding.
Well, I mean, spares are very key, and just speaking from a little bit of experience, I know when I'm struggling, because as you know, there's a lot of times that, I can get things going and I can start striking a lot. But at the same time, when things aren't really going along, I focus that much more on spares because I know how important they are, and you can never bowl your way into anything, but you can bowl your way out of it pretty easy.
100%.
And
That's
it
a
makes
great.
it very, very
Good
difficult.
analogy.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah, that was really
So
good.
when you start struggling, you got to emphasize on spares even more. Not that you don't when you're doing well too, because but it's so easy when you're striking. It's like, oh, I missed a spare. Okay, you can make it up with a couple more strikes. It's not the end of the world. But when you're struggling and you miss a couple of spares, it just the wheels can start coming off.
Yeah, it
really,
compounds
really
the problem.
easy. So
It compounds it.
you got to find something to get some positives out of, and I think making spares and doing whatever on that end is what keeps you in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd have to
especially
agree
at this
with that.
level too. But that goes all the way to the highest level, which is what what you're at. And if you make your makeables, you bowl a long time in every tournament.
Yeah.
And if you look at every great bowler on our tour, the history of their careers, and the ones that are great and then getting better, all of them make their spares.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a couple young kids that right now that still get there because they throw a bunch of strikes.
Yeah.
But when they figure out how to become better spare shooters, they're going to get there even more.
Sure.
So,
And we were talking about a lot of strikes being thrown this week, and you even I was looking across the standings, and I know there was a kid down there bowling with Jordan that I was working with, Jared. What was the kid that shot 1068 that one day? Jared
Armstrong?
Jared Armstrong, yeah, the
he was on the
kid.
same pair. So, he had 1068. He ended up looking at standings right here.
Even
so
for
he
the
was
rest of the tournament, right?
268 over. He was 250 for the total. So
So
he
he was
was minus for
Yeah.
the other three blocks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Wesley Lowe shot 958, so 158 over. He
Yeah.
was 309 over for all 16 games. So, he averaged maybe 50 over for the other three
Yeah.
blocks.
Yeah.
And, that's someone with a lot of experience that's bowled many, many tournaments for Team USA around the country.
Yep.
And or around the world.
Actually,
So-
Wesley Lowe in this field, he has the most experience.
Oh, by far.
Tournament experience by far. He's bowled PBA. He's got PBA regional titles.
Yeah.
He's he's kicking on next week to the World Youth to the World Youth Championships.
Yep.
He's bowling the World Youth Championships USA in Nebraska. So he clearly has the most experience in the field and is big time in this field. And hence, when you have experience, that's also why you're leading the event.
Right.
Right.
And they know the mental grind that all these kids are under better than anyone else, and they've managed it. Just like you were talking about earlier, it's managing that mental game.
It's managing the ebb and flows of the ups and
Yeah.
downs. And it's hard to do as professionals.
Oh, it's so hard.
And it's even harder to do as kids because your attention span sometimes is a little shorter. So, the kids that are going to bowl the best this week are the guys that are going to stay patient, make their spares, and pick it, and throw their strikes, in key moments and key shots and key situations.
That's exactly what I have been preaching to Jordan all week. This is not going to take 200-plus average to make any of these cuts, to make, even the lead, especially the U12. And,
Sure.
It's get in a spot that'll keep you out of trouble. Now it might be a little bit different. We might have to gamble at some points.
Right.
When we get to match play, just depending on what our opponent's doing.
Right.
But, for the most part, it's keep it in play and stay patient. I mean,
be smart. Bowl smart.
Yeah.
There is, 4 days. You had 2 days of practice, 4 days of qualifying, and now we're in a match play. So a long, long tournament. This is longer than most of our PBA events.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So do you need a vacation after this vacation?
Well, the 2-day drive home, it won't be much of a vacation. And then from here we go to Houston to bowl to Lucy. And
just make sure you get some ice cubes. You'll be fine.
For
those of you that don't know what ice cubes are, those are little chewing gum that Wes and I like to chew. The purple and cinnamon ones are the ones that go. They make you last a lifetime.
Ones. Those are good.
Yeah.
You haven't had them, unfortunately.
No, I will with my throats. Yeah, but we'll be all right.
You'll get to experience those one day. I'll make sure I have them for you. I found the spot.
All right.
We're waving a flag.
Yeah, back to what you said about the scores, Wes. You've got 194 under 20 bowlers bowling right now, and obviously the under 20 bowlers, they're their caliber. They're the most talented as far as being able to strike, and probably going to be a little higher average. Out of the 195 that are left, so that means there was probably 700 to 800 entered, right? Because they took 25% of the field, right?
No, they took 1 in 7. There were almost 1,400 U20 bowlers.
So there was 1,400 under 20 bowlers, and out of the 1,400, 35 of them averaged 200 or better.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
35.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Out of 1,400 of the best under 20 bowlers in the country, only 35 of them averaged over 200. So that should tell you in itself that a double and staying clean and staying out of trouble and just trying to be patient and fill frames will take you a long, long way in in this junior gold experience.
That's why filling frames. So you mentioned the double. You don't want an open that you have to use that double to make up for that open.
That's why spares are so important.
Yeah, exactly. You want it just to go with the game. You want to hit that 2-0 mark.
That's right.
190 mark, 180 mark, whatever it is. You want to be clean.
100%. And I was talking earlier, and now that you're on here, how many two-handers have you seen? It's incredible.
And you haven't even been to the U12 guys.
Well, I was at the U12.
Yeah,
I was at the U12 2 days.
Well, that's where you really see it because that's the younger
I couldn't
kids
believe how
that
many
are
there were
coming
there.
up
That's
that
what I was talking
really
about.
have watched Belmo and
I can't believe
and
it.
those guys.
Belmo and Oscu have changed the sport.
And now
It's
Jesper.
unreal.
Jesper Svensson, now Anthony Simonson.
Yep.
Even Wesley Lowe, who's here, two-handed lefty.
It's incredible. It
It's,
really is.
It's definitely made an impact in the sport of bowling, no doubt about it. But, man, there are a ton of them. Boy, this girl throws it great. This girl here.
Yeah,
Jada Bassett. She throws it nice. Picks
It's
up
like
a
she just
nice
got lined
soft
up
hand,
again.
rolls it off her hand.
I think this pair is playing different because the girls, when they come here, they've had to make some adjustments.
How's speaking of your son, Wes? How's his emotions right now? Is he? Speak to you're going through it. You're a father that obviously is one of the greats in our game, and being the father of a kid kid that's in the hunt to win junior gold. What's his emotions like, you think, right now? I mean, obviously he's excited. He's got a little anxiety going, right? I would
Let
think.
me ask you, Timmy. When I get to a TV show, how am I?
You're internally, you got it going, man.
I do, but you couldn't tell.
But you can't tell with
exactly.
you. So that's the way he is. Is he the same?
If you could clone a kid, we did it.
Yeah, because
I don't know how, but and
because the other night when I was there, he was struggling. But if I watched, if I watched him, you couldn't really tell he was struggling. If you didn't know who he was,
well,
you wouldn't be able to tell.
You weren't there yesterday morning.
Not yesterday morning. I was there 2 days ago at Southern when I think he came out with 180, 160. And then he threw a couple balls in the gutter. And he
180, 160 isn't necessarily bad.
No, it's not. But for him and his standard, his mental frame of mind is, I got to bowl 200, 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 which is great.
Right.
But you got to understand his environment. So you
got to understand the scoring pace of the event.
Correct.
Yeah.
My question is, what is he feeling today? Like, is he ready to go? Is he excited? Obviously.
Well, I got up and left the house. We rented a house, so I got up and left the house, and nobody was awake yet but my wife. So
so that he's relaxed.
Yeah, he's getting some Z's.
I'm probably
catching some Z's.
You're probably a little more nervous.
My wife is the most nervous. I know that.
Right.
And I'm a little nervous for him.
Right.
Just because I can't take the ball and throw it myself.
Right.
So
can't throw it for him.
When you're throwing it, the nerves, they're there a little bit, but they calm down very quickly because you're comfortable with what you're doing. You're in control.
Right.
When you have no control, it's nerve-wracking as all get out. So.
Trust me, I know. I get to watch you guys.
Yeah, but just
to feel a little.
To kind of go back to, you were mentioning how it's easy to get frustrated, how to do this, and I mentioned you weren't there yesterday.
Right.
I mentioned this last night as well, but in case nobody was listening, I want to bring this up again because it's something that I do in my career mentally, something I try to get to him, and that's one of the reasons why, again, like I help coach his baseball team along with, we're going to start working with Camden's baseball team more involved this year. But, when I say I'm helping them, when I say I'm coaching them, I'm helping them from a different aspect of the game other than necessarily teaching them baseball. I've learned a lot about the game of baseball helping Jordan's team and being around, his coaches that have played baseball all the way up through college. Some of them have even made it into the big leagues. So, those guys know the game of baseball. And so I've learned some of it, but I still don't know every aspect of the game.
Right.
But I feel like my role with helping these kiddos out is more than teaching them the game of baseball. It's teaching them the mental aspect of it and teaching them life lessons that I can do because that's what I know.
Sure.
Yeah.
And where I'm going with this is, so Jordan obviously was struggling. We went to another pair. First shot, he threw it great the game before. And then we went down to the high end or the higher end of the building, and first shot straight in the gutter. Cause shorter pattern, so he's playing closer to the gutter.
Play right. Yep.
Got opened up, threw it in the gutter immediately. And next shot, obviously he grabbed and yanked a little bit and went through the face. And then the next shot, I thought he threw it pretty good. I didn't have a very good angle on it, but it looked all right, and it jerked off the spot pretty good. And he's like, "That's not the right ball. That's not the right ball." And I'm like, how are you bailing on the ball that you just had an unbelievable reaction with? And the first one you threw straight to the gutter, so you got no read off of it. The next one you grabbed like crazy because you threw it in the gutter. I'm like, how can you bail on a ball already?
Right.
So, he grabbed I think he threw one more shot, didn't throw it very good, but he grabbed his IQ tour again, which he's done a couple times, and seems like almost every time, because going from a snap lock to an IQ tour is much weaker and doesn't have nearly the amount of core in it. And, of course, he gets up, 5-count washout.
Right.
And so he's struggling. Then he changes to a respect, and he actually, the first shot he threw, he struck with it. But he missed left.
Right.
And my wife is sitting there. I'm like, oh, my goodness, I did not want that to strike. And I'm holding my head down. And, obviously we wanted to strike. But I didn't want it to strike because I knew it wasn't the right part
ball,
of the lane.
Right part of the lane and doing the right thing.
Sure enough, the next shot, leaks just a little bit, still on line. Leaves the angle aren't very good because he left a mixer 7. Next shot, again, still a little bit on line, maybe a pinch left. 4-pin. I'm like, I knew this isn't right. So I'm trying to, as I said, I'm trying to take a step back a little bit. I can't get into him very much about it.
Yeah.
But in the mix of that, the 7-pin he left, he missed.
Right.
Then he left the 4-pin or whatever. He made that. But then I told him, I says, that's not it, bud. You know, we've got to get back to the snap block. You bailed out of it, gets up. I think he left a wrap 10. Missed it. So now we got 105 in the ninth.
Okay.
And you can just see his face. He's frustrated. He's ready to throw the towel. And I said, dude, you're letting the game beat you right now.
Right.
You've got to man up to what you've done and what the mistakes that you've made and the wrong decisions that didn't work. I don't want to say the wrong decisions, but the things he thought weren't it. So you got to man up and know that those weren't the right decisions, and you got to refocus and you got to take control and you got to go beat it.
And what happened?
He got up, pack.
Nice.
Okay. And then
My wife even mentioned at one point. She goes, the most impressive thing I've seen this weekend this week was the fact that he got up and struck out in the 10th frame for 135.
135, right. 135 looks a lot better than 122.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it could have been
Or
1-0.
Or 110.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, that's the whole thing there.
That's great.
To get refocused and to go out and man up to some things that are going on and don't let those beat you. You gotta take control. And one of the things that always comes back to my mind that I did in my career was a king of bowling.
Yep.
And it was actually, as you know, 258 was my lowest game of that 5-game
I do
set.
remember that.
But that was the most important game that I really remember.
Right.
The reason being is because we did taping on Thursday night. I think we did 3 tapings. And then Friday we came in and did 2 more tapings. And the first one we came in, the approaches were a little tacky. I'm bowling Rhino. He's probably got the best look of all the guys that I bowled. Not that they were very hard on either side, anywhere, at any time. But I got up. I missed a spare. I'm frustrated because the approaches are bad now. I'm like, man, now I'm going to, I should win this thing easy. But now the approaches are going to cause me to lose and blah, And I said, whoa, stop. You can't let this keep you from winning this.
That's right.
And I got up there. I said, I don't care what happens. I'm going to make this shot happen. And I got up and threw the last however many it was, and with a little luck.
Yeah, everybody.
But got up
have
and shut Rhino out, and that's
you got to figure it out.
Keys. I could have easily gotten frustrated, let those approaches affect my mental aspect of the game.
Right.
And I did for a frame or two, but then I'm like, whoa, no, you can't let this happen.
Figure it out.
You got to take control, and that's exactly what happened.
That's great.
That's one of the biggest
moments
in my career that I remember.
That's great advice.
Which now that was 2009. That's now been 7 years. So, but still something that I go
2009
back.
was a good year.
Oh, it was a very good year for me.
Yeah, I bowled on a TV show that you were on. I picked you up. 2009.
I wasn't on that show.
Yeah, you were. You qualified second. Lost on a roll off to the Korean. Double roll off.
Oh, yeah.
You had 237 tie and lost in a double roll off to the Korean. And then
how do you remember all
I beat the Korean guy.
He never forgets. He's
and
an
I picked
elephant.
you up. I picked you up
I
afterwards.
remember what I shot.
He's
because you're my guy, man. You're my franchise.
He was thrown out.
Hence, that's why you're the number 1 pick in the league for the Portland Lumberjacks, the franchise. For all of these viewers out there, I am the general manager of the Portland Lumberjacks, and my first round pick
shameless plug. Here it comes.
Wesley Malott from Pflugerville, Texas.
Oh goodness!
And he is, and I quote, the franchise. I got a great team.
We do.
Ryan Simonelli, the freight train on the left side. I got the quiet assassin, Brian Smith, sitting out there on the West Coast in Roseburg, Oregon. And then, And then I got Oscar Palermo and our stalwart this year, Liz Johnson, baby, Liz Johnson.
She was unbelievable.
Unbelievable. 6 out of 8 strikes this year, a 7-10 and a 4-pin. That's all she left. That's our girl, Lizzie.
Yep.
But I just want to share something that Wes just got. We talked earlier about him holding many hats, right? We talked about him holding many hats.
Yeah.
And he just got a nice message from one of the guys he just worked with down there.
Yeah, he walked in the building.
That he walked in the building, and the kid bowled 244 the last game, didn't he?
Well, that's right.
He
I went
struggled.
down and
Wes scared him into the 244.
Been in communication, and he had a pretty good look. He started out with the first 3 and then open. and then struck, and then that's when I came down here to get with you guys.
Yeah, but
he
244 is huge.
He obviously missed one more time, made the spare, and finished out. But the only thing I really saw, just watching a little bit, I haven't been in here. I walked in and saw maybe 3 or 4 frames. Only thing I said is, man, because he was playing more of the middle part of the lane, I said the only thing I see is if you start getting in trouble, the way these guys are breaking the lanes down is you might need to just hop left a little bit, try and get left of everybody, slow it down so it'll read the mid lane and continue through the pins.
Right.
And I don't know that he's had to do that yet, but that's the only thing I really saw.
Well, whatever you did, it obviously worked.
So. Yeah.
Whatever you did scared him. I mean,
well,
I get excited when you get
I'm
around.
not taking any credit for it because I'm not the one throwing the ball.
Yeah.
So he did that on his own. So it's just cool to get those updates when you do
it's
help
awesome.
at all. You want to see all these kids succeed and get better and grow and continue to give people to watch, for the future.
Oh, yeah.
Haley Frick right here, right in front of us, lady.
Yeah.
She's bowling the best game we've seen so far in the women. That's got to hook a yard.
Haywire.
And it did.
Ooh, yeah, it did.
And
Cameron
I'll tell you what,
has a
she's
good
got a
game
chance
going,
for
too.
240.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, 240. 240 over here. You got to remember, Wes, on the under women's, the under 15s, 190 was the tournament leader.
Sure.
This
average,
morning, yeah.
This morning. She's got a chance to shoot 240. 240, which would be a gigantic game. So.
Well, I'm looking at scores. You got 593 for Deolani.
Yep.
For the first 3 games.
That's a huge score. Huge.
Haley has 510, 488, looking over 519 or 518, 490. So that's kind of the scoring pace is about 170, maybe in the 160s actually.
The 590 is gigantic right now.
Oh, absolutely.
She throws a double here to shoot 623. That's gigantic.
It is. It is absolutely. And Jada just left a big 4. That's a bummer.
I don't mean to cut it short, but my time is up here, guys. I got to go take my daughter to the doctor.
All right.
But I will be back this afternoon. I just wanted to hang out with.
Thanks for hanging out with
us.
us.
I want to hang out with you. Obviously, it was great to be with you, Blair, in the morning here at 7 a.m.
I know who's your favorite. You don't have to say anything else.
Blair was my favorite this morning.
No. Your favorite came in.
Oh.
But when the franchise comes in, I got to spend a little time with my guy because I got a couple guys that I like being around.
My guy. I've never heard of that.
My guys, you're my guys. Portland Lumberjacks. You're my lumberjack. You're my king lumberjack. And I always enjoy when I get a chance to spend some time with the big man. So.
All right. Well.
Listen. Good luck. Good luck to Jordan and the Malak clan. And
Thanks,
I fully expect and hope that we get a chance to talk about Jordan on the show. So.
Me too.
Say hi to all the Malak clan.
Keep him in the moment and keep his feet slow. That's where he gets in trouble.
1 frame at a time.
I know he'll do good, brother. I know he'll do good.
He'll be fine if he can do all that.
Yep. So you guys have a good. I'll let you guys to it, and we'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
We'll
all right?
see you later.
Thanks,
all right,
guys.
Take
All right,
care,
man. See you.
All right. Haley's
All right,
up
thanks
again.
for getting quiet now.
I know, right? Yeah. Haley is up again, guys. On 66. Let's see what she can. Do you think it's Haley or Hallie?
I think it's Haley.
I think it's Haley too. If it's
she
Hallie,
pulled that one left.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
Left a tough 3-9.
Yeah, but we've seen all of the double wood left today picked up. I don't want to jinx it. I might have just jinxed it. I just jinxed it.
No, I don't think you did. I think she's in control. She's got this.
All right. You
But,
got this. You got this. We believe in you. All right, what do we got? We got the guys bowling over there, too. What do they got going on? Anything?
Kevin
Zachary.
Fisher is staying clean. That's
Yeah,
what we
he
talked
is.
about.
And Zachary is, too.
There
Who's
he
up?
is.
Oh, no, there's an open up there. I'm missing it. He got a split up there, too, and he stayed clean through that. So that's a big deal. Two-hander. We were talking about the two-hand. We got a two-hander up on 6. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So you didn't jinx the 3-9, by the way.
Yes.
He's going to finish with a real nice 220 game here.
Yeah, that's real nice.
Pulled it left a little bit again. So 222.
Very good game. Very solid. Nice game. She didn't hear me. It's okay, though. I feel like I'm talking to myself sometimes. It's all good.
As long as you're there supporting them, that's all that matters.
Oh yeah, we've been here this week. We've
Yes,
been
we
biting
have.
our tongue in the back because we want to help them, but it's just not fair if we help one and the other
It's hard to help
3,200.
3,700 kids. or
3,700, yeah.
33.
Whatever it is.
I think 3,700 qualified. About
Okay.
32, 33 showed up.
Yeah, so
I
it's
think
a
about what
lot
happened.
of kids. There's a lot of kids out here. A lot of talent. A lot of talent. A lot of good ball rolls, too,
There
that we're
is.
seeing. Then
As
that's
you said,
key.
there's
Jada.
Jada there.
Yeah.
Real nice, simple game. Lets her hand get around the side of the ball, though.
Yeah.
There's another one right there.
Yeah. We were talking last night. Steve Klemkin was watching some of the U20 girls bowling, and we were talking about the ball roll and how, you know, if they have a good ball roll, you can fix some of the mechanical issues that's, you know, a little off timing, a little unbalanced at the
Absolutely.
line. But if you don't have that ball roll, it's hard to teach that. It's really
It
hard.
is. It really is, and I speak from experience there with my son. I mean, trying to get him to see and get his hand around the ball the way I want him to, so that the ball feeds through the front part of the lane easier, and then transitions off the mid lane and through the pins the way I see it.
Right.
It's not something that's easy to teach.
No,
But
no.
I don't want to say it's not easy for somebody to grasp and understand and do.
Right.
It would probably be more. I mean,
Yes,
I think
yes,
the
I
teaching
agree.
is something, but getting people to actually do it is
And to
very,
feel
very
it.
difficult. Right.
It's the feeling that you can't describe it. They just have to do it and then
Pretty
get it
much.
and understand it and repeat it.
Yep.
Yeah. So, that was Cameron with a 191, solid. Got 160s, 150s. You know, nothing that's gonna throw them totally out of it yet. So, just keep grinding these games out.
I'm looking
'cause-
over here at Mary Orff, had 95 in the 7th.
Oh wow, yeah,
And,
recovery.
Now on a 3-bagger to kind of save this game. She can strike one more time for 100 for 180
Yep, she's
and
up
save
right
that
now.
game. What could have been a disaster.
Absolutely. We've seen a
Oh.
lot of that on our live stream pair today. Is just, you know, a little slow start, but they don't give up.
I think she finally read her shirt.
Oh, there you go.
I think that's what it was. She's wearing a Rotogrip shirt that has own,
Own
it
it.
written down the back side of it. I think someone told her to look
Own
at the
it.
back of it.
That's it.
But she's
Live
going
it,
to
own
finish
it.
with 170. She left the light shaker 4-pin there. And here we go with
Kevin.
Fisher.
4-9.
4-9.
It's gonna be. It's all right though. He could slide it over. Keep this game clean.
Yeah, you can see he wants it.
Yeah. Oh
Guy's
yeah.
got some heart, obviously.
Yeah. Some extra heart there this week because it's a lot riding on it for these kids, but they're handling, for the most part, I've seen a lot of people handling the experience well and the pressure and just staying calm.
The attitudes, I mean, from when I grew up, I remember, I know I was a hothead.
Yeah.
And there's still hotheads
Yes.
around, I know, but for the most part, it seems, and I think that's just come from what we've really taught a lot of these kids
Yes.
is to control their attitudes. Don't hit score monitors. Don't punch things. Don't kick things. Don't,
Be
just
courteous. Yeah.
a different generation that has come along that has been taught that, and I see a lot better attitudes out on the lanes these days. I mean, there's still a lot of heart. I mean, if you've got that, that's what I try and when I do any kind of clinics, seminars, or anything like that with some of these kids. It's one of the biggest things I try and preach is how to turn frustration into focus.
Right. Yeah.
And you'll see it a lot of times with Pete, and I know I'm one that's very similar to Pete in this aspect. Is you don't want to make him mad.
No.
If you make him mad,
Yeah.
you're gonna get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's obviously not gonna beat you up or anything because he's only 5'2", maybe 103 pounds soaking wet. But so he's physically not gonna get you, but he's gonna take care of you on the lanes, and it just makes him focus more, makes him make better shots, and like I said, I mean it's. I do that a lot too.
Yeah, and we talked earlier with Tim, and maybe you'll have some thoughts on this too. We talked about how these kids, they've grown up understanding the sport aspect, the sport shots, bowling on patterns, and I think it's really changed the environment that these kids are used to. They know that it's tough, it's not easy, and they really, it's a mental grind, and they've had that from a young age, which I think is key for them to reach the next levels, basically.
Sure. I mean, you got all these young kids that are hungry to learn.
Exactly, yeah.
And, just being around it, I mean, you got the older generation that wasn't given this opportunity when they were younger,
Yep.
and they're at a point in age in their life that they're not hungry for this information, most of them. There are some out there, don't get me wrong, but most of them aren't hungry to learn and get better and do all that. They want it to kind of be given to them because that's when they started, the generation that is when they started running the lanes daily.
Right.
The machines came out. They clean the lane, they oil the lane all at the same time.
All technology.
So now it's easy to get a consistent shot out there instead of going through all the transitions that they used to and whatnot. And so it was a generation, again, that they were given much easier shots, a much consistent shot, and that's what they want.
Right.
Week in and week out. When they come in the bowl league, that's all they want.
Yep.
They want higher scores. And now you got a generation that's younger that's been taught the sport bowling, sport patterns, much harder conditions. And I think you're going to see that change as you get older. And unfortunately at home we don't have enough that are hungry for it and where we're at. But hopefully that starts to change.
Yeah.
Even if my son comes in, he doesn't want to bowl on the house shot.
Right.
He wants to bowl on sport patterns. Anytime they do run something for certain people, somebody might be going to bowl nationals, somebody might be going to whatever it is.
Right.
If it's available, that's what he wants to go bowl on.
Yeah.
And that's what I say. I mean, he wants to get better. He knows that's where it's headed. And, these guys are so hungry for it. And now, this year, being the first year that they haven't announced the lane pattern, is very different. And people have asked me this, asked me that, and you can find positives out of both sides of it, whether it be, not understanding or knowing what the pattern is or knowing what the pattern is. You can learn both ways. You can learn by teaching them how to read patterns, understanding, this is probably a part of the lane you need to play, but at the same time, when you don't give them that information, now you've got to trust yourself. You've got to learn how to read your ball motion to be able to figure out kind of where the lane is. So it's a whole nother, it's almost really, it's another step above where they were.
Yeah.
And it's really impressive to see some of these kids come out because they don't have the knowledge behind them that some of the other ones do, and the support behind them maybe that to figure these things out.
Yeah, and I'm my hometown. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and we have kids that are craving it too. And when we are able to lay down the sport shot pattern is usually during the summer. And
Sure, playing with us.
Exactly, and I'm part of a youth league that I bowled in it when I was a kid.
You still bowl youth?
Shut up. No, I was part of it when I was a kid, and we had about 30 kids that I'd say that competed in it every summer. It is up to 100 kids this year. We have 100 kids bowling on Tuesday night in the summer on sport shot conditions.
Sure.
And they're craving knowledge. And some of them are out here bowling junior gold. Not all of them are, because some of them are just learning and growing, and they know that bowling on that during the summer will make them that much better during the high school season. And they all are just craving knowledge. It's awesome to see the youth wanting to learn and wanting to get better and wanting to do things that will help their games improve, and they want to master it, and they're watching you guys bowl out there, and they're watching you guys on YouTube. They're watching your old clips that are saved, and it's really cool to see. It's a great time to be part of the sport.
It really is, especially in the youth side of it. I mean, as you see the sign up there, a future for the sport.
Yep.
And that's what it is it's the kids that we're watching this week here at Junior Gold.
They are the future.
It is.
It sounds like a cliche thing to say, but they really are. And there's so many of them. It's just, we need to keep them, right?
And that's, to kind of go with that, something that kind of crossed my mind is, in the past I've kind of disagreed with how they go about qualifying for this event, because I feel like there's some kids that might not belong on this stage. They're
Yeah.
not ready for this stage.
Yeah.
I don't want to say they don't belong because I know it's not the right way, but they're not ready for this stage and this level. But they can get qualified because there's that many kids in an area that are hungry for it and want to learn and pay to try and get better.
Yeah.
And then you have areas kind of like where I'm at, as say we're a little behind the 8 ball there. And my son's a prime example is at 12, he's had to, fortunately the last 2 years he's qualified through the Pepsi State event.
Yep.
But if he doesn't qualify there's not many 12U kids around where we're at, even in the whole state of Texas.
Yeah.
There might only be 5 or 6 that would, and to get all those in one spot to be able to give away a junior gold spot at 12U. So these kids typically are having to
travel.
They're like up in Dallas. I know they have a league to where they give away 12U, so it's a little easier to get one there. But you just have a tournament to get all these kids together. And
it's
then
tough.
as we talk, Jordan is very, very talented, and so just looking from it, some of these people might not want to qualify against Jordan because I'm not going to say they don't have a chance, but their chances aren't very good, and they know that, so they're not going to spend $40, $50, whatever it is, to try and qualify when they know Jordan's there to qualify because it's not in their best interest to do that. They would rather wait and bowl an event when he's not there and take their chances that way. So, and I totally understand that.
Yeah.
So there's been different aspects of that I think is, could change, and there still is. And I know, Chad probably goes back and listens to every one of these that we talk about. And he takes that information and takes it back, and I know they meet about it. They do all this stuff as we had changes this year with everything, and I commend them on all that. And but so I'm going in this direction of, maybe there's as I said, there's people that aren't ready for the stage, but at the same time, when you look at an event like this, where you can get over 3,000 kids in one city competing against each other. It's flat amazing.
It is. And
so I don't know that I would really want to change that.
I know. And I think that's what everyone's struggling with, because when you start the week, when those kids are checking in, when they're at that booth, 100% of them want to be here. 100% of them want to learn.
They want to learn. They want to get better. And when they're around better players, you're going to get better.
Exactly.
You can only get better, with better players.
Yep.
And that's what. So I know in the past it's been talked about. Well, maybe we should do qualifier, regional qualifiers, and then have this event. But then when you get to this event, let's take the U12 boys where there's 200 boys here now, or we can even talk about the U20 boys where there's 1,400.
Yeah.
So now if we have qualifiers, we get it down and only, let's say 200 of them come to the national event. It's not the same.
No, it's not.
It's really not. So you can look at both sides of it.
Yeah.
Because I was totally against, a year ago, kind of how this comes together and how it's done. And I think this year it's really opened my eyes, being around it a little bit more, being more involved, being a part of it, and now really seeing everything. I don't know that I would change it.
I know. It's tough. It's tough.
I mean,
I see both sides, too. I'm like you. I totally see both sides, especially being out here all week and, being around the kids and helping with the youth back home and knowing we had, almost 4,000 kids out here. Mm-hmm. And there are kids back home that aren't out here bowling, that probably are solid bowlers.
Correct.
So there's just so many youth bowlers right now.
That's the only thing is I'm wondering if we're missing some really good talent that should be here that's not here through some different things.
Some avenues, different qualifiers.
It is very expensive to get to this event. As I mentioned, we had 2 days of practice. We had 4 days of qualifying. Now we're into match play. I'm up to 7 days already. I know we rented a house for 9 nights.
And we talked about it. The only reason I know this is because we talked about it last weekend is you drove out here from Texas.
I did. It was about 16 hours.
Right, because you have 5 people.
We brought the whole family just because of other – as we mentioned, my boys play baseball, and we just had a national event in Myrtle Beach with Jordan, and we kind of flew there. We didn't take Brooke, so Brooke really wanted to go somewhere, and she was all excited about coming to Indianapolis.
And she's been
I'm going
superstar.
to Indy.
Yeah.
So so we we couldn't leave her at home again with the in-laws, and so we brought the whole family. Again, that's part of the reason why we rented a house. It's just very, very difficult to to stay in a hotel room
For that long.
cooped up that long
Yeah.
and with that many people and, sleeping arrangements and whatnot. So it's a larger expense to do a house, but I've talked to many people that are here this week and that have brought their families. I know I talked to Danielle McEwen's mom last night. They rented a house.
They did, yeah.
So it's, there's many people renting houses.
And that's a great option for any time you travel for one of these tournaments that people might not think about.
We do it on tour quite a bit now, especially like when we go to Vegas. There's tons of houses there with the market and everything. I was actually, because I know we're going back there for the Fall Classic and U.S. Open, I was looking last night at houses that we could possibly rent. One time we rented a 5,000 square foot house, and like 12 of us stayed in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a
and then cut costs. You can eat. You can get
really
food. You can cook.
Yeah, but you get to hang out with your friends.
Exactly.
You get to, you're not cooped up in a casino.
Right.
And you have somewhere to go. I mean, we had a pool. We had little putting greens.
It's fun.
We make our own games.
That's
and
it.
That's what makes it fun,
Right.
And a lot of especially Vegas, a lot of those houses, they got pool tables in them. They got skee ball games in them. They've got ping pong, pop-a-shot games in them. And as competitive as we are as athletes, I mean, it goes. We'll find a way to compete on any of those games that we can, and you
can burn off some energy that. If you have an off day or if you're really grinding, you can just have some fun and compete at something other than bowling.
Exactly.
I mean, that's key. And for these kids, I've heard a lot of families, they make Junior Gold their vacation. So they go and they and Indy was great. I saw a lot of people touring different of the racetracks. The downtown area was great. They had museums, children's museums. So you just explore the city that you're going to and see a new place.
Sure.
And, it's really, it's a good experience. I think it's a good experience for a lot of families. I think that, I just think it's a good experience.
And this weekend as well, NASCAR's in town
Yeah.
at the Speedway for the Brickyard 400. And come to find out, I went to Kansas City to the GoBowling.com race that's sponsored by bowling.
Right.
And
that you were there with Gary.
Yep. And while I was there, we had a couple people that reached out that wanted to meet me. One of them actually used to work right here in Indianapolis with a going blank. Used to work for Tony Schumacher, and the drag cars.
Gotcha.
Now is actually, there, as I said, NASCAR's in town. He now drives one of the trucks for one of the NASCAR teams.
Nice.
And so, I found out he was coming to town. I met up with him again. We went and had breakfast or lunch yesterday, and the kids got to
meet,
to get in the hauler,
cool.
see the cars up on top, see the different stuff, took a couple pictures.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool because I told them all about it after I went to Kansas City, all the stuff that I got, and got to meet these guys and
really
be around
cool.
it. So now that they got to experience it a little bit, and so that was pretty cool. And so met up with those guys. You create
friendships,
friends through many sports. But Mark is a pretty avid bowler. I know Timmy was here a while ago. I mentioned that I went to eat with Mark yesterday. He goes, great guy, great guy. And Mark is a great guy. And, very fortunate that the funny thing is he goes, when you made the show at the Masters, I was sitting in the front row. I'm like, how did we not meet until I came to Kansas City then? He goes, I don't know, but I'm glad we did. So, again, those friendships go a long way. I met another gentleman who works for Hendricks Motorsport, Ryan. He wanted to meet me while we were in Kansas City. And so anyhow, what's up? Nice shot. Getting a little airtime here, I think.
I like it, right? That's it.
Good interaction.
Yeah, they're...
But that's awesome. You see that interaction right there.
Yes.
And that's good to know because a lot of these kids are definitely scared of us, especially people like me because I'm 6'5" and pretty large
You're big?
guy. Yeah, a little bit.
Nah.
But so some of them are scared of me. Most of them who, know who I am or have heard I'm a really nice guy. And that's cool to see somebody come up and interact because people think that we're they put us on a different stage, and I get that. I mean, we are at a different level of the sport and the game, and we kind of are on a different stage, but at the same time, we're still human. We're still human beings. We put our shoes on and our pants on the same way everybody else does, and we're very, very sociable.
Well, and I wanna give you and all of our staff players a little props here for all of the hard work that you guys put in last weekend at the Pro-Am at registration. But you guys really did take the time, and you made each kid that talked to you understand that you're just a normal person. Uh-oh. I just got a Starbucks delivery.
Yeah.
And Wes is a little jealous. I'm sorry.
But to go with that, I mentioned this again last night. I appreciate that, the recognition of what I was a part of and giving back to these kids. But the way I look at it, and I had a ton of parents when we were at registration, when they were coming through with their kids, really thank us for the time that we're given for these guys, and we're available for them to come see us and meet us, and the time that we are giving them and acknowledging them.
And just so everyone knows, that was like 8 hours the one day and multiple hours the next. So
it's nonstop.
It's
there's no break.
I mean, they were superstars. They wouldn't let us. We tried to let them take some breaks, and they told us, well, if we take a break, then that kid in line is not going to get my autograph or get to meet me. And
Jason didn't even want to go to the restroom.
Right.
I'm like, dude, go to the restroom.
Yeah, you got to go.
I'll come over here. We'll hang out. You might miss 5 or 6 kids, but they'll wait.
Right.
And then you can catch up with them real quick, and then we can get the line continue going.
Yeah.
Go to the we'll be fine.
Yeah,
we'll make it work. And I think in the time that he went over there, he had a couple people ask him in the restroom. And I'm like, come on.
Yeah, it was everywhere you turned. I tried to do a Facebook Live with Kyle Troop. I had this great idea to walk him back from the seminar over to the booth, and we would do a Facebook Live along the way, and he'd show around the booth. And we made it 2 steps before he had, we were enclosed in people that wanted his autograph. So my great idea did not go over so great.
Yep. So with that, the little bit of time that I do, obviously none of us are doing this for free, and I'm not saying we wouldn't do it for free.
Right.
We probably would.
Right.
But at the same time, we aren't doing this for free. And I told every one of them that thanked me, I said, you don't need to thank me. I said, you need to thank Storm and Rotogrip.
Yes.
And Bill and Barbara Chrisman and the whole team that makes this happen. You need to thank those guys, because it is a very, very large expense and money that they put back into this. And are they really? I mean, Storm is very, very, very good product. And as you can probably, as we all know, they're very dominant with sales within the U.S. here for sure. And does it really make that much difference? Are they getting their money back for the amount of money that they put into this event? Are they really going to gain that money back through sponsoring this event? Probably not. But that's how much that company cares about the sport and how much they give back.
Yeah.
It's flat amazing if you really think about it, with the women's tour, the men's tour. I mean, it's all a big part of it.
They sponsor. I mean, Storm is
amateur bowling store.
Yeah, Bill and Barb have the biggest heart for bowling, and
I've learned that.
Oh, and
quickly.
I've only been there for a year, and it's unreal to see just how much they really do love the sport of bowling and bowlers, and they get it. We joke because we're the bowlers company, but we really are. I mean, and most of the people that work at the office, they're bowlers. We all live and breathe the sport, and we care about the sport, and so does Bill and Barb. And it comes down from them. They teach us how to care about the sport.
Every year, after because I don't. Bill and Barb own the company, but there's other people in place. So I deal with other people within the company, whether it be Hank, whether it be, it used to be Roger, then it was Flanagan, then it was Dave, now it's Leanne, whoever,
Gary,
Dell now, whoever's handling
Mack.
our contracts. So, every year that I re-sign with this company, it's a no-brainer. But every year I get a text or a call or something from Mr. Chrisman thanking me for the continued support of his brand, and something so small that he didn't have to do that, but that goes a long ways.
Yeah.
It really does. And that's, it's really amazing to be a part of this company, and it makes me want to give back even more. I mean, you even though you know all this stuff, and I mean, it's easy to miss or whatever, but as I mentioned, helping these kids learn little things, I'm still, even though I'm almost 40 this year, I'm still learning life lessons like that and giving back. I mean, as I mentioned, I host a youth event at home, and we just started another event between Chris Barnes, because he hosts the event. So we'll start with Dino Castillo. Yep. Even though he's not within the Storm family, he's giving back to the sport.
Right.
He hosts a youth event Labor Day weekend. Then Chris Barnes hosts one Thanksgiving weekend. A very good friend of mine, Jeff Hartsfield, he's going to go to one event a year. He's going to host one New Year's weekend, basically. And then I host one Memorial weekend. Between all four of us, we got together, and we're adding a separate event that's scratch only for these kids to hopefully, they're hungry for it.
Yes.
This is another event for those kids that are hungry for this, that want more, and we're going to be able to pay out. I mean, all of our events pay $1,500 in scholarship for first place in the scratch division. And now with this event, because we're only doing the scratch, we're going to be able to give away a minimum of $2,500 on top.
That's
amazing. Could even be more. I mean, hopefully the goal is $2,500 on top, $1,000 or more for the top 5, and $500 just to make the top 16.
Yeah,
but the top 8 of the point system from those 4 events will be guaranteed into the top 16, and you can still qualify in it to get to that. But it's an additional event that we're able to give, and it takes time and effort and to host these events, and I mean, build the flyers and do this. I mean, I wanted to get the flyer built before this week to try and help promote it, get it out, and let people know. And obviously with traveling with baseball to Myrtle Beach, and then I went to Bowl Expo.
Yeah, it's been a crazy couple weeks.
I've been really crazy, and then a week at home and trying. We had Bowl Expo orders come in, so I'm trying to get the shops, the system up to date with all the new products, trying to get the inventory in the system, get it in stock, and rearrange the shop for people to see. And so there's a lot going on, and building these flyers to get ready for this event. I mean, it takes time.
Yeah,
but that's, down the road, it would be awesome to be able to put together some kind of tour or whatnot for these kids if they're still hungry for it by the time it's my time to really give back to the sport. I mean, I know I give back now, but I still don't feel like I'm doing that much, even though I probably am.
I think it's safe to say they're going to be hungry for it for a while.
I hope so. and so, when it becomes time to give back and my kids get grown, they get out of the house or whatnot, 10, 15 years from now, then I can give back and do more with it. So, there's a lot that's involved, and I mean, this week is incredible to see all the volunteers that come together, all the staff with the USBC.
Yes.
That is
the volunteers locally from their local USBC.
Well, I had a local lady from home.
Yeah.
Well, Colleen now.
Yep.
That was actually one of my youth coordinators when I was younger.
Yeah. She's out here?
She was out here. She went home. They went home today. They drove out here, actually, her and her husband.
We saw one yesterday at one of the centers. He's from the Las Vegas area.
Yep.
He runs a junior gold qualifier there, and he's out here helping.
Sure. Debbie Haggerty's here from California.
Debbie, yep. Yeah, I talked to her for a while.
Over.
Yeah, it really is, we talked about it earlier, the parents like yourself, the coaches, the youth coordinators, the youth volunteers, all of the sponsors. It's a giant event, and it's a lot of people touch it for a year. I mean, the sponsors and the USBC, Chad and all of them, they started planning this event last year.
Oh, they're already starting on next
exactly, and
You have to.
Yeah, it's
For
it's
something
just
of this magnitude, you have to start.
so it's
well
a
before.
lot of time, it's a lot of effort, you know. And I always tell the kids, because I joke that, you know, the reason I'm working at Storm is because I said thank you, because I was bowling a Queens event. It was my first Queens, I think, or second. And I was watching one of my friends bowl, and Storm sponsored my collegiate team. And I was talking to Hank, and I said thank you for sponsoring us. And that's how the conversation started about, hey, we have this job open, and it just led down the road that eventually led there. And I always tell kids, never forget to say thank you.
Nope,
and
not
never, you know, and these kids I've seen a lot of thank yous this week. I've seen a lot of kids really appreciating their parents that are here, and they might not appreciate it right now, but they will eventually. They'll see, you know, how much has gone into their bowling career. But it's always important to look back and say, okay, thanks and thank you. And like we just thanked Bill and Barb, you know. Bill and Barb are the reason we're here this week.
Absolutely.
We wouldn't be here. No way.
Nope.
So,
Well,
yeah,
I
you would.
might I'm not 100% sure, but I might would be because of Jordan.
Jordan,
but still,
right.
if it wasn't for me being here for Storm, I'm not 100% sure I would be
Right.
here. It's a very expensive trip, and as I
Right.
said, I've been very, very busy.
Right.
And I know the U12 pays $2,000 on top. I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
But it's still not. I mean, $2,000 in scholarship compared to the amount of money it costs to get here, stay here for the week, it doesn't add up. But it's not all about that. I
Right.
know that.
Oh, yeah.
But with as busy as I've been and everything else,
It might
I'm
have
not
not
100%
fit in.
sure that
Right.
I would be here.
Yeah.
So I mean, even though I have a kid in the event, it doesn't mean that I would be here no matter what.
Right.
But with Bill and Barbara and sponsoring this event,
Yep.
that's the main reason why I'm here.
Yeah, and they'll be here later this week. They
Yep.
might be getting here today, I think,
Today or
actually.
tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, so
no, they got to be here today because the
today,
shows are tomorrow.
today, yeah. So they're here today, and I think they're going to stop by the booth, so you'll get to hear from them a little bit. And, you know, we really appreciate all they do, and we appreciate all the USBC does, and we'll say thank you for the kids. They'll say thank you too, but we'll make sure that everybody hears. And the centers have been amazing here in Indy. Everything that anyone needs, the bowlers, the volunteers, they've been totally flexible. They're opening at hours. The pro shops are staying open.
I talked to Ron Atkins, the owner of the shops within the Royal Penn Centers. I mean, you know,
They're
you got
working
squads starting at 7, so these guys are here at
6
6 in the morning, and then the squads don't get done till 11. I mean, they're staying open the whole time.
They are. They don't. And I was talking to one of his shops yesterday, and they told us, you know, how could we close when somebody could come in and need their thumb open the last game of their block, and that's
the
the
biggest
difference.
event of the year.
Yeah, that's the difference between making a cut and not. How could they close? So they've been. I mean, it's 6 a.m. to midnight for them.
Yeah,
that's their hours. And they were telling us the one day they forgot to eat dinner because they were just so working so hard. So it's
been there, done that. I mean,
yeah,
it's part
yeah,
of it.
exactly, yeah. So it's been an incredible week. Everyone's working really hard. These kids are working really hard. So it's the least we can do for them.
Nope. So up on the high end here, we've already most of the girls are done down there on the high end. We got 3 pairs that are still bowling.
Yeah.
Here in front of us,
We got the guys.
Keegan with a clean game. We can see we've had some issues with the scores carrying over all the time. But so I really don't know what these girls have shot. As you see, they're 0 up above their game score. Another nice shot. Speaking of, Keegan's the one that came by and gave me a high five a while ago. So pretty awesome. You see her energy. And I'm going to give her another one. Yeah, there we go. So, you know, just awesome to see the energy out of these kids, you know, when they do make a great shot. I know it's our middle son, Camden, when he starts striking, he is an absolute blast to watch. Just the energy that he brings to the approaches, and he'll get the crowd behind him, and he just feeds off of it. It is just awesome.
Yeah.
Jordan, not as much, but he's just flat fun to watch because of how big he is. I mean, at 12 years old, you see him down here, and I mean, he's bigger than a lot of these 20 U kids over here as far as
Yeah.
height goes. So it's just it's kind of fun to be a part of and watch. A lot of fun. It really is.
So we have Aaron, who's playing extremely deep on 64 right now.
In front of the ball return.
3-step.
That's the hardest thing about. Oh, got away with it.
Wow.
That's the hardest thing right there when you play in front of the ball return, to slow your feet down and let the ball get into the swing. It's so easy because you're also trying to loft it out on the lane, but it's so easy to pull it left because you're having to get the ball in the swing and pull it. Typically, it's very, very hard to let the ball get into the swing and wait on it to let it float out to the right. And you see a lot of kids that pull it. And as you see, he pulled it there a little bit, but he was able to get away with it and trip the floor. But still pretty impressive because you can see he started out open, strike, spare, open, and then now has a double spare strike. So making the adjustments on the lanes down here and getting in front of the ball return.
Yeah, they're all playing pretty deep.
Sure.
And it's only, what game are they in? Game
The boys over here are game 4, so we got one
yeah.
more game. The girls are in the last game. Oh, I know why the scores didn't carry over, because I guess they were still set up for a 4-game series, and they turned off. They had to turn it back on.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
I remember these shutting down. So they should get these scores updated in a pretty timely manner.
Yeah, they've been great all week. Yeah.
They have us. I mean, it's, and I know the night Jordan bowled late, I actually went to bed before they had it updated. I wasn't going to wait up anymore. But you've got so many, you've got 3,200 kids that you've got to input scores for, and I know they're doing it around town in different places, but still a lot of things, and they've still been doing a very good job. And now we're down to the tops. We've cut down to the top 7th of the fields, so these should get updated pretty quick. I know Jordan's was updated real quick last night.
Yeah, yesterday they were really quick yesterday when kids were, if you're a family that's right on the bubble and you drove, you might be thinking, okay, well, we're probably going to travel home. Oh, nice shot. And they were updating scores extremely quick yesterday. It was really good to see. So you won't have to wait very long to see who's still in the top. Oh, we got a high five back here.
She's not going to let one go now.
No. Wes almost didn't notice, and she was waiting. She was hanging.
But I was watching Daniel Chen over here on lane 64. High rev rate, high speed, but still ball just picking up extremely early. He needs to really move left.
Yeah.
Two-hander. And
slid that spare.
He really probably needs to make a pretty big jump left and get in a different zone. That ball hooked way, way too early. I'd like to see him probably move 5 or 6 left and actually slow it down just a pinch.
Yeah.
Because you move left, you're obviously going to get more oil, so you got to slow it down just a little bit to let it read the mid lane and get back to the pocket. So not a lot. Just enough to let it slow down. Because you slow it down, it's going to hook more down lane.
Right. And what's interesting, the girls actually, they're still playing the same area that they started in. Some have moved right, actually. So, which you'll see with girls.
Absolutely.
Their moves are right. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot less rev rate, typically.
Yeah. Unless you're left-handed like Hallie or Haley. Really messing up
across
these
the
names.
field. It's a lot less.
Yeah. Yeah, we like to play right. We like it. That was a challenge for me, though. I bowled in college.
Oh, 2.
Oh,
Jordan
yikes.
did that last night.
That's not fun.
No, never is fun to get 2.
No.
He had 2, and then he threw it in the gutter. I thought he was going to go back between it, but it went to the gutter.
Oh,
Let's see if she comes back now. Oh, she's going to leave me hanging.
Oh.
She's going to leave me hanging. Oh, yeah,
there she is.
Yeah, you better
Love
not.
it.
Not
I think
if
it's
you want
a good
another
luck
one.
charm. I mean, if the other kids start watching, you might get a parade of high fives every shot here. Oh, all right. That was
struggle there.
That was rough.
That's a frame you want to forget about.
Yeah,
real quick.
just move
she
on.
started off so strong too.
She did. Yeah. It's easy though. It's easy to lose momentum when you have a bad shot. If your mental game, it's all about the mental game. All right. That's a stellar game by Keegan here.
2-teen.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very
clean
nice.
game. That's what's
Throws
important
the
here.
ball really good, too.
You see Emma even with a fairly clean game. She had one open in the second frame,
Yeah.
but still going to get out of here with a halfway decent score.
Yeah. She
Really
throws
nice
the
shot.
ball great. Emma, very nice. Very solid at the line. Gets through it.
That's what it's about. That's the one thing, you know, people always ask, oh, what's the one thing that you know, would suggest to the kid or anything that would help them improve? And everybody always says, oh, make spares, make spares.
Yeah.
And that is very, very
Yes.
true.
Yep.
But I don't want to tell them make spares because they've heard that millions of times.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I kind of went toward, did you see over here on the left again, Aaron in front, again pulling the ball a little bit.
Little left,
That's
yeah.
difficult. It's a very, very difficult task to be able to move left and not pull it. You got to let the ball feed out. But the one thing this one suggestion I typically focus on now is balance at the foul line, because in any sport that you play, it doesn't matter what it is, you have to have balance to repeat or to make
Yep.
contact. I mean, as we say in bowling, you want to still head. It all goes back to that. That's going to be balance at the line. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Being solid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because
Gotta
you
have
can't.
Gotta have control of your body. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're good. And you can't. If you're not balanced to the line, how do you know where you ended?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
That's
what's going to allow you to repeat shots.
exactly. And make
once
moves.
once you repeat shots, then you can make moves. You
Right.
can read the lane. You
Right.
can do all that
Right.
stuff that you need to do.
All right. Brandon is going to attempt to move in a deep as well. 3-step here. He's a college bowler as well.
See right here, I'm actually surprised he's not pulling off the approach with the
Oh,
lane
I
attendant
would do
going
that.
down the lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there he goes.
You saw
yeah.
the lane reset because
Yeah.
he probably tripped the sensor, and that caused him to
Yeah.
pull back. Good move right there. I'm surprised he didn't do it sooner.
I think he was trying and it
Yep.
finally got too
He tried
much.
to talk he tried to talk himself out of it. As soon as
Yeah.
he saw that rake drop, he said, "Nope, I'm not doing this."
Yeah, that's.
Not sure how important this shot is for him, but
I'd say it's pretty important for this game.
well, for the game, yeah. But I don't know what position
Yeah,
he's in.
good point. Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
It's a whole different. Could be something that's very, very critical.
Right.
I mean, you can tell he's taking his time. So it's got to mean something. See a lot of guys loft in the gutter.
Oh
now.
yeah, that one was way out there.
Yep.
Getting clearing the heads. It's just every time, as soon as the ball touches, it's hooking at this point. Like you said earlier. Wow.
He really got around the side of that one. Yep. Got around the side. It really, really was sharp at the break point and continued real
Yeah.
strong, and that's why you leave the 3, 4, 6 there.
Got a little Brooklyn action going on 65. Nothing wrong with that. Totally respectable in this event. No matter how you get them down, right, Wes?
Sometimes, that's for sure. Trying to see where.
Oh my goodness. He just nailed that. He got that
Oh, wow.
way down the lane.
I probably had to with
Yeah.
that revert.
That was a really good spare.
I'm not sure where he's going. He's got to fill that frame up, though.
All right, let's see what he can do after that.
Well, I'm looking for his name, and I haven't come across it, so I must have missed it.
Oh, I know how to search. I learned to search this week on your
On
phone.
the phone?
On your phone. Okay, here,
Uh-oh.
hang on.
Miss Techie Girl.
Listen.
Oh, straight
not
down the
super
middle.
tech-
Straight down the middle.
All right, so
That was a big spare then.
you click that.
Oh, goodness.
You got this. And then you scroll over.
Oh.
Find on page. And then you type the name in. You got this. 184. Very respectable. I mean, Brandon beyond.
He was in 95th position.
Okay. And they are cutting. We'll do this again because we've announced it a couple times,
They
but
cut to 64, correct?
they cut to 64. They had 194 to start. They're cutting to 64.
So 184 puts him at +3 for the 4 games. He's at 803 after 4. So that's why.
Yeah, that was.
That's a big bonus.
Oh my man.
Look at the strength and flexibility out of that. You see how low he got down
I
at the line?
did.
Wow.
He's yeah. And the girls.
And they still got a game to go, and look where they're at already.
Oh, I know, it's insane.
Not only that, the ball caps are going to come into play here a little
Yeah,
bit, too.
they are.
Because they still, here at the centers with the Royal Pin lanes, they still have the older bumpers that pull out on the side, so it causes them to stick up another 4 or 5 inches compared to a normal install.
Yeah.
So those start to come into play, and I know that by experience of bowling over at Woodland when we visit there for tour stops. So these guys are getting left, and those could come into play.
He's really close to it.
Real close to it.
Yeah. All right. He wanted that second one. Second one was going to be crucial for him, but.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Aaron probably get it out on the lane a couple more feet.
Yeah.
It's looking like the fronts are starting to go away, a little bit lower volume. It was over here we watched, you might have even saw on the side of the camera, I'm not sure, but you might have seen Jared over there. He's getting it out a little bit farther, a little bit firmer, and the ball's retaining a little bit more energy because of that.
Yeah.
That would be my suggestion to Aaron if he could hear me. So if anybody's out there who knows Aaron that's listening and whatever, he could definitely
text him that.
Give him a little bit of suggestion. Now, I don't know his game very well, obviously, but if he could, I don't know that that's necessarily in his repertoire to be able to do real easily. So
yeah,
it might be better just to stay in that zone and maybe just pick up the speed a little bit.
And again, we don't know what they'll see when they move down to the other end as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who knows, but I would, yeah, definitely that would be something that.
No, I wonder, does
from
he
the
have to go
famous
now
West Milan
all the way down to like
I think he
5
does.
and 6 or something? That's a big jump.
I think that's why the guys are taking a little longer than the girls.
Well,
because
and the guys just naturally take a little bit more time than the girls too, because for whatever reasons we just do. But
you're slower than us.
Well, yeah, we've got to focus more.
Is that it?
It means more to it. I don't want to say it means more to
Oh,
us,
yeah.
but
Oh, you're talking yourself into a wall
I don't
over
know.
here.
I mean, it's just
That's all right.
The older boys seem to always take longer.
Yes, I would have to
it
agree that, and you see that at the collegiate level too. The guys are always taking longer, so it's all good though.
We got some viewers tuning in.
What's
they
up,
said,
chat room?
Yeah, the chat room. They said go to a weaker ball and go up 10.
For the boys?
For the boys, yeah.
I don't think that's the
What
right
do you
move.
think? Not the right move.
Do not think it's the right move, because the way the lanes have transitioned, as we saw over here with the girls on lane 65 just a moment ago, the girl missed a little bit right. It was Amari. Missed a little bit right, and she got 2. So if you try and do that with the boys, the way they've broken the lanes down in the track area, between 10 and 15, now if you try and move right, if you miss left, now you're gonna miss left into all that where they burned up. Now the ball's immediately gonna go left off your hand, or whenever, as soon as it hits it, it's gonna go left because it's all chewed up. And now just to the right of that, because they burned all that up, the oil to the right of that is now cliffed higher. There's more oil because it's pushed it out, and now it's actually more there. So there's really not gonna be any room to the right.
Okay.
So, now, and I say that, I think there's still enough room to go left is the main reason why I say that. Now, if you're really, really in trouble and you don't feel like you can go left, that might be an option. You're not gonna have much room though, but it could definitely be an option. Depending on the situation, it might be something I would do if I needed a really big game and I know I'm not going to get it in the middle part of the lane because they're just absolutely fried and I just can't, make the shots from in there, or there's just not enough push in the middle of the lane. It could be an option, like I said, depending on the situation. If I knew I needed a really big game, 240 plus, to get to the next round, it might be a chance I take. But if I just needed to kind of stay out of trouble and with the scoring pace here, get 180 to 200, I'm not going anywhere. So it could depend on the situation for sure.
There you go, guys.
Good question,
Wes
though.
Malott, spitting wisdom. Yeah.
I've done it more than once as far as making that move to the right and getting the big game to be able to get to the next round, whatever it may be. So it is definitely sometimes an option. So again, it mainly probably depends on the situation of the individual. What else you got on there?
Those are all the ones right now. Commentary by Blair. And Wes this morning is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
It's got to be Blair.
It's not me. I don't have anything turned on over here.
Yeah, we'll wait for more comments to spill in.
Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free. We'll be here all day. All day. We got this. Well, not just us. We'll have rotating. You won't have to listen to us all day. Actually, we're going to have a guest appearance by another person in a few minutes.
Wes Malott giving out more high fives.
His high fives are good luck. If you are in the building and you're listening, I don't know why you're listening, because you should be bowling, but
I'm only here for about 30 more minutes.
Well, then they better get some high fives in, right?
Well, it probably depends on. I'll probably stay till the boys get done down here.
Yeah.
So I've got to get out of here and go get my family and get some lunch, and then get up to Woodland for the 1:30 match play to start.
Yeah, well, you'll have to text us updates from over there so we know what's going on.
Maybe when I get a Buckeye.
Oh, low blow.
Even though I'm a Texas guy,
low
those
blow.
Buckeyes are.
Wes has a soft heart for us Buckeyes. Just the peanut butter and chocolate, really.
Yeah.
I brought Buckeyes to one of my first PBA events that I went out there, and the guys appreciated it, I think. I'll have to bring it back. I tell you what, next time I see you, you'll probably be in Detroit, right? For the.
You going to Lucy?
No, I'm not going to Lucy next weekend.
How could you not go to Lucy?
Well,
aren't you a bowler?
Yes, I'm a bowler.
Are you working? Are you working? No, you're not obviously working. You're doing nothing. You're going to sit at home on your couch, and you are not going to come to the Lucy. How are you not coming to the Lucy?
Oh, my goodness. I'm getting a hard time here. Here's why, okay? We couldn't fit it. I'm sorry, Donna. I will still be working on the Lucy from home. We could not fit it into the schedule this year because the U.S. Open's in Chicago, and it starts on Monday. And I also have an award ceremony Sunday to go to.
You know there's these things called airplanes?
Oh, my gosh. All right, we have someone else that has entered the booth. I'm going to get Wes off of me.
From place A to place B.
Thank you, Wes.
Pretty quickly, like 500-600 miles an hour.
Hello, Doan.
Hello, Blair. I'm sort of enjoying this here. It sounds like a roast.
It was a little bit of a roast. We've been awake for a while, so we're all feeling good. Thanks for the Starbucks, though.
You're very welcome.
Superstar of the day. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Wes. He was a little
making
hurt.
New friends.
He was a little hurt.
I texted.
I know. He wasn't here when you texted me.
Oh.
Texted who?
So just to
you
just
have to hold your
update
arms that long out with that big screen?
So Doan, have you been watching from the back? You've been around for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit from the back.
Have you seen what have you seen?
Well, the players are definitely playing further in. The lanes look very sensitive. Just listen to some of the players come back and talk. They feel playing outside of 10 is out of bounds for them.
Okay, there you go. We just had that question, so go ahead.
And they feel more comfortable playing in. Definitely angle off the spot is very important. There's a term that they use on tour as far as keeping the hand really soft. I think on this right here is very important, because it'll help control the break point a little bit better. The ball won't be so jerky off it. Instead of trying to get to the bottom and try and grab a mitt full of it, you really want to try and keep the hand soft and push the ball through the front and let it be a little smoother off the break point.
Very good, very good.
How many girls do they cut the field down to?
So U15 was cut from 43 to 24. So the top 24 is what will be coming back out at 1:30. We'll see them again. So
there you go.
That is your answer.
Being Kale Chip is the handle that's being used that asked that question. So interesting name, and there's your answer.
Thank you for tuning in.
Being
that
Kale
is
Chip.
That is what we will say to him or her.
Looks as you and I there, big guy.
What's happening?
Not much. Looks as you and I out here now.
Yeah. No,
What?
I think she's on.
Oh, she's still on.
That was the mic over there.
Oh, that was Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you never know what's going to happen in this booth.
That
I
makes
can
it.
shut you down real quick.
Oh, wait a minute. Wes has the control. I better
That's right
watch
in
it
front
over
of me.
here.
That's
Do you want
beautiful.
some coffee? No, it's all good. We're having fun here. All right, so the lane's turned off, so we have a bit of a pause.
Yeah, this is what happened to the
Hang
girls. As I mentioned, the lane shut off, and then they got to kick them back on.
Yeah.
Not real sure why, because it was showing 4 or 5 after that. So they could be also waiting for the scores just to
update.
download into the computer down on the low end for the kids who have to come back to this end.
Well, that's
Because that'd be about right, 3 pair.
tough. I mean, it looks like these guys are going to be out for a little while.
All right, I got some messages from people that are asking for people that are bowling. So I'm going to go check how the field is going to be doing, and I'll report back to you guys. We'll see how some leaders are doing.
I could cut you off.
You know, see what I have to deal with here, you guys. I'm telling you, it started this morning. It's continued on. Good luck, Doan.
Well, thank you.
I'll send you into the pit. But I'll report back. We'll see how, Wesley Lowe is leading going into today. We'll see what he's doing. I'm not sure where he's bowling at, actually. So I'll report back. I'll go find. I'll see
Thank you, Blair.
No problem.
Take your coffee.
Oh, I will. Want to take the microphone with you? I'll come back for it. Need to watch not knock the camera over.
We get rid of Blair?
Yeah, Blair's gone.
All right. Make sure we muted the right one there. That way I know for future, too.
Deleted. So what have you seen out here so far, Wes?
A lot of friction now, especially with the boys. I mean, these guys are only bowling 5 games, and I mean the last match or last game here on 63 and 4 that you guys can see on camera. A couple of the guys already in front of the ball return. All of them sliding in the left gutter pretty much. So.
Are they using curve oil this week?
I don't know what they're using. I don't know that they're disclosing anything, other than the fact we know they're using a flex machine, a Kegel machine. So that was one thing I asked. I was being asked by a couple parents yesterday. They asked me if I knew if they were going to be bowling on a different pattern for the advancers round, and I said, actually, I don't know. Let me go ask. So I actually ended up texting Chad. And I asked him, and he said, we're not giving out any pattern information until basically the end of the tournament. To put it short, he went into more detail, but it's pretty much what he said. I said, I understand that. I said, but are they bowling on something different for the advancers round and match play? And I said, can you give me that information? He said, no. I said, okay, thanks for the information. I respect that answer, though, is what I'm saying.
Very much so.
That just goes to tell you that these guys are being very quiet about the pattern information, and nothing's being leaked out. So that's good.
I like it. I think it brings a little more integrity. Not saying that the tournament didn't have integrity prior, but I mean, now all of a sudden, nobody really has an advantage walking out. Everybody's on the same playing field.
That's what I told Blair. I mean, you could look at positives from both sides of it, but with this way, it actually takes it to a whole nother level, because now you got to put trust in yourself. You've got to learn ball motion.
Yes.
And you've got to understand all that stuff to be able to figure out what the lane's doing.
Yep. Now
so it's a whole different, it's another level of teaching these kids how to play lanes.
I agree. Now surface comes into a play. They have to learn how to adjust their balls correctly before, the squad starts.
Right.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was talking to Dougie Dukes, who works for Kegel.
Okay.
And I asked him, I just asked how things are going, and he laughed. And he says, we're even locked out of the machine. He says, we don't even know what they're putting out. So
wow.
Yeah, so that really brings the integrity to a new level. I can't compliment.
I can promise you, Chad is going to keep that. I didn't know they could do that to the Kegel guys within the machine, but it makes sense, and that just again that if Chad can do that, he's going to make sure that what he said and what he put into place is what's going to happen.
Yeah,
that's
I
one
think
thing
it's
that
great.
Chad is.
I thought that's a compliment to the tournament group itself. I think it's great.
Absolutely.
My hats off to him.
That's exactly where I'm going with that. I know I keep saying Chad, and I know Chad's, if you want to say in charge at the top, whatever it is, but a lot of the changes that you're seeing are a lot of ideas that Chad has, and he's in charge of the group, and it's very easy for any of this information to get leaked out into the public.
Yep.
I mean, we know that working with Storm and producing the equipment and products and stuff, and we try and keep it as secret as we can. But there's a lot of times that, especially with social media these days, that all that information gets leaked that we try and keep quiet. So it's hats off and kudos to those guys for being able to keep that information.
I agree.
Quiet.
I agree. And speaking of Chad, I putting him in the position he's in, I got a lot of faith in his ability, and I think he's going to do a lot for the sport. Blair's going to be tuning in.
Can she hear us?
No, she can't hear us.
She can't hear us, though.
Oh, that's
we
okay.
can still talk about her.
Yeah, we can still have fun. Last year was the first time I had a chance to watch really any of the participants as far as the junior gold athletes. And from when I bowled as a youth, which is back just before Custer's last stand, as many years ago, and seeing where they are in this day and age, there are some really talented players. Very good. And what's interesting is having a conversation with them. They're talking about pattern length, ball layout, surfaces. I mean, these young individuals come out here at 16 years old with a lot of knowledge. It's impressive.
It is, and that's Blair and I were talking a while ago. That's the thing is this generation of kids has been taught sport bowling, and they're very, very hungry to learn and get better at what they, what's out there. There was a generation before that, kind of, my generation, maybe a little bit older, to where, was when all the technology came out with the lane machines to where they would clean the lanes and oil the lanes all at the same time. All that technology came out, so you were getting a much more consistent shot.
Yep.
And so they got spoiled by that, if you want to say, and that's now what they expect when they come bowl league. They want something very consistent. That's what they expect. So this is a whole different generation that's going to be more hungry and want a more demanding lane condition, which is going to make, should give the sport a little bit more integrity than what it has right now.
Agree.
And that's in the right direction.
Agree. It's interesting talking to the young folks. They talk about going back home and bowling, and you keep on hearing them say, well, we bowl a sport league or we bowl a PBA league. They don't enjoy bowling house shots. They want to be challenged.
Right.
It's awesome.
Yep. And that's, you talk to people around the world and, bowling on house shots and whatnot, and that's one thing with me, like even bowling league at home, people will, I could sandbag, I could do whatever just to try and win the league, and that's, I bowl league to bowl with friends. I also bowl league mainly probably to just make myself get out on the lanes at least once a week, because I get caught up in the shops, I get busy, and I don't get out there, and and then by the time the end of the day comes, trying to get on the lanes, whether it be a full house of leagues or, and family obligations with, baseball, whatnot, there's just not time to do it. So to be able to give everybody else what they need, and with the business that we run and everything, so it's very difficult. But every time I step on the lanes, I'm going to try my best. I don't care if I win, if I lose, or whatever. My purpose, and people are like, what about the rules? What about this? A lot of times I don't go to the league meetings because I don't care. If I'm bowling league to try and win it or make money or whatever, I'm doing it for the wrong reasons. For me, because that's not why I'm there. I'm there to practice, to get better, to bowl with my buddies, my friends, my family, whoever it may be. And sure, every time I get on the lanes, the competitive side comes out of me, and I'm going to do my best. And I might even, if the lanes are a little tricky one week, I might even go to the not that I necessarily do it on purpose, but it's just the nature of the beast to do it, because that's what I've learned and that's what I've been taught. I remember there was a time to where I moved right and played straighter just to break the lanes down to be able to win, because I knew if I didn't do that, they were going to beat us. So I moved right to transition the lanes for one of their bowlers, and then after the first game of doing that, then I moved left, and he went through a transition that he doesn't ever see.
Yep.
And then now I helped myself by breaking the lanes down to the right, and then was able to jump right, and then I was fine because I had too much hang to the right to start.
Sure.
So I had to make that move, and even in league patterns, because it wasn't quite the same as it had been in, whatever reasons might have happened. And it's not that I did it on purpose. It's just second nature to me.
Sure.
So it's every time I step on the lanes, I give it 100%, no matter what it is. If I'm winning the game by 100, it doesn't mean, I'm going to throw it in the gutter so my average is lower. Or I'm going to, split or try and do something or open, whatever it is. That's not the reason why I'm on the lane. And that's what these guys are being taught right here.
It's got to be tough. It's got to be tough for you bowling back home. And not only being one of the greatest players we have in the world right now, but being a pro shop operator, owner, a great coach. It's got to be difficult being able to go ahead and bowl league without having people come and ask you questions, ask you to help them. As you're participating in the league.
It's really not that bad for me. And I think it's because, I grew up in Austin. Mm-hmm. I've been there pretty much all my life. And people know me as Wes. I'm just Wes. And and I am just Wes. And I think I'm kind of fortunate of that for the most part. Now, there's people that might, move to Austin that are bowlers or whatnot. And, they're kind of starstruck at first. They want to come watch me bowl league. They want to watch me practice. They want to do this. But once a few months go by and they realize I'm just Wes, they fall into the category of everybody else. And so it's actually kind of cool to some extent, But when, let's say, I remember when I won the U.S. Open in 2013 and I come home, the thing is, I'm still Wes, but they don't forget. And they still follow. They still watch. I remember when I made the World Championship show, and it was 2 or 3 months later, the one that Fagan beat me in, that we did the taping in the new pavilion at South Point. I had probably 15, 20 people fly in just to watch the show.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
We just kind of made one little, weekend vacation out of it, and it was really cool to see all those guys come out and support me and have that. So they're still there, but they, like I said, at home, I'm just Wes.
One of the guys.
Exactly.
Awesome.
So I don't have, all the people behind me all the time like some people might, or and that's because, the reason why I think is because I am so involved, and I am in the bowling centers all the time. So they come. It's not something that's not rare for me to be there. It's something that, because I am so involved, that I'm part of the group,
Well, I'm sure that you get asked this quite a bit, but I'm sure there's a lot of viewers back home that would like to hear, your thoughts. But what did it feel like shooting back-to-back 300s?
I never have, actually.
Didn't you see it on the telecast?
I did not. That was, you're talking about the King of Bowling?
Yes.
I think we did three tapings on Thursday night and 2 tapings. Actually, we might have did 2 tapings on Thursday night plus the Wilbon match.
Yes.
And then we did 3 more tapings on Friday night. But I did it the last match on Thursday, and I want to say the last match on Friday. So it wasn't necessarily back-to-back. There were definitely games in between. I've never actually shot back-to-back 300s ever, which is kind of amazing. But as much as I can get things going sometimes, but I never shot back-to-back 300s.
Yeah, your ball can strike like I've never seen anybody else's.
It's
can
incredible. Get going sometimes, that's for sure.
I've thrown, I think the most I've thrown in a row is 29 in a row. It was the first time I ever shot 800.
Wow.
And so that was obviously back when I was 19 or 20. I had 280, 300, and then like the front 7.
That's a lot of pins.
So, yeah.
That's a lot of pins.
840 for my first 847.
So it's not like shooting a small one.
No, I went all out.
You know, speaking of Will Bond, he actually gave you a lot of compliments after you guys bowled.
He still does.
Does he?
It's crazy. And, you know, people all say, you know, this, this about that show. And I mean, it's a TV show.
Yeah.
It's made for TV. I mean, they do what they do for a reason. Because at first, obviously, Will Bond was
was at me about, oh, well, he's not bowling plastic ball. He's scared. He's this, he's that. So then I called him out. And in fun more than anything for exactly the way it worked out.
Sure.
And, he was gracious enough to fly out to Florida when we did the King of Bowling, and we had our little match. We had a lot of fun. I actually even gave him some pointers before and helped him out. And now, after that all happened, and he beat me with his 52 pins of handicap or whatever he wanted. It was still a close match. I think he beat me by 8 with his handicap. And but now, anytime you watch Pardon the Interruption, bowling gets brought up. Now Wilbon is all on my side, and Tony's the one that's bashing me. So it's kind of funny. But anytime bowling gets brought up, Mike always makes mention of my name. And, that's my boy, and blah blah blah. So we created a friendship. I haven't seen him since, which is kind of surprising. Maybe what I need to do is I need to find a way to get to the ESPYs again, and even though I actually never went, but if I get nominated again, I'm not going to miss that opportunity to go and be a part of that, and hopefully he'll be there and I can see him again because he's a great guy.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy the experience. You deserve it.
Yeah, it'd be fun. But with the way they do the tour, honestly, I don't know that I'll ever be nominated again because I don't do a whole lot of international travel. Just with, again, the obligations at home, with the pro shops, with the kids, and all that information or all that stuff going on. I don't want to miss opportunities there and, come back and later in life and regret missing something there. And it's only getting more right now, so it's getting tougher, and I'm very thankful that, everybody that's involved with that, especially the Storm crew, understand and support me with those decisions. Anytime I can get overseas, though, and represent the company, I definitely do. But this year, looking at Qatar and Bahrain, it was right after we were gone for 3 weeks for 3 majors, and there's no way I could go home for 2 days and then leave again for 2 more weeks and go overseas after being gone for 3 weeks. It's just too tough.
With having family at home and traveling, I totally feel what you're saying. It's difficult.
Prime example, this week.
Yeah.
With the Classic Trade Show. You text me, say, hey, we're leaving. I'm like, well, we discussed that, and just the way that the schedule worked, it was the worst day possible. And this being Jordan's last year in the 12U division, he has a very good chance of winning, and I want to be there to support him if he has any questions, if he needs anything from me.
Yep.
And if I were to miss that one day just to go up for that trade show and him have a really bad day that makes him miss the cut or something like that, I mean, how am I going to feel?
Oh,
there's no amount of money, whatever it is, that's going to replace how he's going to feel if he misses a cut because I wasn't there to help him that day.
Totally get it.
There's just no way.
From a father's standpoint, I totally understand. From a business standpoint, it's no issues. I get it.
Right. Right. I mean, I know you get it. We were exchanged texts back and forth. Like I said, I know you get it. I knew you got it before. Little miscommunication, whatever, but I'm sure we all survived. And we'll be just fine.
Everything went just
fine.
Exactly. So.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, now she's sorry.
A little sorry. Aw.
She's gone. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Unbelievable. These guys. Okay, so I have a special guest. We have one of the bowlers that just finished up bowling in the U15 division. She won the U12 division a couple years back.
Awesome.
So
Here, would you like this?
Oh, and I get a microphone.
Yeah, I can even turn it on. I'll turn it on for her.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to give her my headset.
Oh, we're
standing among greatness here, Wes.
I don't think I need the mic. I'm going to let you guys interview her.
Oh, you're going to. Oh,
what are we
you don't
doing?
Want to be a part of this?
I can be a part of this. Okay, fine. All right. So we got Madison Bailey here. All right. Hey, Madison, you want to say hey?
Hello.
All right. So she won the U12 division. What year did you win the U12 division?
2014.
2014.
All
okay.
Right,
and
ago.
So I met Madison recently because the PWBA stop was out in Sacramento, and she was part of the Superstar Youth Group that was keeping our scores and just taking care of us all week long. So I want to give a shout out to their program out there at Fireside because they're awesome. Okay, so Madison, you just wrapped up bowling, okay? So how did it go out there?
Going into it, I was a little nervous just because we came in here not knowing obviously what the patterns were, but there was no practice session to it, so we kind of came in here like blind. So definitely had to like make practice useful, try different zones, and then once I found where I was, I stuck with it and I committed to my shots.
Very good, very good. Okay, so you're coming back this afternoon, we hope, right? Fingers crossed.
We hope. I
Yeah.
didn't finish strong. I spun the 10th.
Okay.
But hopefully that count was enough.
Okay. So what were your goals going into this junior gold?
My goals were to make match play.
Okay.
I struggled a lot day 1 and day 2.
Gotcha.
So I kind of dug myself a hole.
Okay.
And but my parents said never give up.
Good.
So my last 2 days I finished strong, and I did make cut by 4 pins.
Nice.
43 girls they took. I was 42.
Nice. That's
Good
okay.
for you, yeah.
Yeah, never give up, right?
Yeah.
So what advice would you have for kids back home that might be coming out to junior gold next year or watching today? What would you tell them to work on or?
Spares.
It's been the theme.
Spares.
Yeah.
You won't string that many strikes. Well, unless you're lined up. If you're lined up, you can string like a few. But for the most part, you're going to leave yourself a lot of spares.
Okay.
So you want to make sure you pick them up.
Very good.
And lining yourself up quickly, not wasting frames.
Good.
Stay in the pocket. Don't leave like hard splits to pick up. I did that day 1 and day 2.
It sounds like a conversation you have in the paddock occasionally.
Oh, well, I don't know that we're going to – if that's the conversation, there probably is no conversation at that point at our level. But
Okay. All right. We have a question from online. Okay. So what ball were you using today?
Today?
Yeah. Or I guess all tournament. What balls are in your
what
bag
5
this
balls did you
The
register?
5 balls I brought was a spare ball. The spares are important.
Number 1.
week? Number one spare.
Number 1 spare ball.
What kind of spare ball does she have?
I have the pink Storm Cancer one.
The
the
clear
yes.
polyester
Okay,
ball.
yeah, clear
Okay,
poly.
so a plastic
Okay.
ball. Not
I
a,
have
some
my
people have
Crux.
different ones.
Right.
I have my Alpha Crux. I have my IQ. And I have my Menace.
Okay.
Oh, it's an
Lot of-
IQ solid if you. Yeah.
IQ Tour
Wow.
solid,
IQ
yeah.
Tour solid. Good.
I'm
good
sure there's a
arsenal
lot of
there.
those in the bags this week.
Oh, absolutely.
And
That's
I
tournament
definitely
ball.
played around with surfaces throughout the tournament. So,
Okay.
well before it.
You know, one thing you said that resonated is you kept on saying pick spares. And when you talk to some of your average league bowlers, or even some of the bowlers out here, they're more worried about striking. When you're talking to players like Wes or some of the touring players, the first thing they talk about is picking spares. I find that very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Make spares.
Absolutely.
Everyone makes spares, right?
You can string like 3 in a row, but if you like open up, it's like, well, you just wasted those pins. So was the striking
Exactly.
for?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
We talked about that earlier. Exactly. Yes. Good. All right. Well, good luck. We'll keep our fingers crossed here. I know Leanne has her fingers crossed
Yeah.
back at Storm. So
Hi,
you know.
Leanne.
There we go. All right. So we'll let you go. I think your family's hanging out and they're ready to
Yeah.
go get some food, right?
Yes, I'm very hungry.
All right. We'll let you go feed up.
Bye.
So.
Good luck, Madison.
Thanks. Good luck
Thanks,
to you.
Madison.
You have a nice day. That was
Very cool.
That was refreshing here in a youth, explain how important spares are.
I think we have an update here. Oh, no. Not the update I wanted to get. So earlier when Timmy was on here, we talked about when I came into the center. I have a local bowler from San Antonio that I've worked with a little bit.
Yeah.
Jordan Dawkins. Struggling a little bit. He shot 185, 161 the first 2. I got here at the beginning of his 3rd game. He started out with the first 3. Kind of told him a little bit what I was seeing, not a whole lot. He was doing most of it on his own. He ended up shooting 244 the 3rd game, and then followed it with 234. So he was 19 over after 4, and then the last game he went down to 3 and 4 and shot 149.
Oh.
So a rough finish there. It's probably going to definitely put him out of any chances of making the next round. But still a good event. Jordan's heading off to college next year. He's going to college in Oklahoma.
Oh, very nice.
So, good luck to him and the team, whatever their ventures may take them.
Is he going to become a Sooner or a?
No, it's not a Sooner. I forget, Central Oklahoma University maybe or something like that.
Okay.
I should know this information, but I believe that's where he's going.
So this question was actually directed towards Madison, but she's out of the booth.
Yeah,
So
she
I'm going to
left.
ask you guys this. How important is the spare ball in your bag?
It's the number 1 ball that goes in. It's going everywhere. It doesn't matter. So it's
100%
Now,
spare ball.
Yeah. Now, as you noticed, I asked her what kind of spare ball she
Right.
had.
Yep.
And she said a polyester, clear polyester pink spare ball that's storming. My spare ball is a little different. It's not polyester, and this is why I asked her that question. And you'll see that with a lot of these kids, especially when we're limited on bowling balls. I use a Supernatural still. Supernatural is a mixture of kind of a urethane reactive cover. Not a true full urethane ball like a pitch black. It's shiny, so it gives, it gets through the front a little cleaner for me, but I do have it. Put a touch of surface on it. So with that ball, it gives me, it's obviously still pretty straight, nothing like a reactive ball, but it does give me a little bit of friction.
Yep.
Just to let me stay aggressive with my shot, because those plastic balls get on top of the oil and hydroplane so bad that they almost just, with my arm swing and everything, they just float to the right so easy. So I've got to have a little bit of surface to get that to pick up, or a ball that's going to do that. I've done it with a lot of lower end reactive balls, very, very low entry. I could probably do it with like a Ride or something like that. But with these guys, a lot of them are probably going to be pitch blacks or pitch blues now. Those urethane balls, because now those, especially on shorter patterns nowadays, and especially with a lot of the two-handers, the rev rate that you see out of these kids these days, that ball is probably going to come into play at some point when you're bowling on multiple different patterns. So that now becomes, you can utilize that ball as a spare ball as well, and it becomes a multi-purpose ball in your bag. So it's like kind of getting an extra ball in your bag if you can use that as a spare ball.
I agree 100%. Matter of fact, I use a pitch blue for my spare ball.
Nope.
And what I find with it is, especially when the fronts are pretty loaded, a polyester ball comes off your hand, and sometimes it just comes off the end of the pattern and does funny things. Might hit some carry down and skip out, or might hit some a little bit of dry and and just actually roll. But I find with the urethane ball, comes off your hand and revs up immediately, so it gets the ball to pretty much off the end of the pattern. It's pretty much spent. If you get up the back of it and just kill it.
Absolutely.
How about you, Blair?
I am still using a polyester ball, but I've actually been toying with the idea of going to urethane. But right now I'm good with my polyester. It's funny because I learned, like we see a lot of these kids have really good hand and really good rotation on the ball. I didn't have that when I was a kid, so I don't have my rev rate's not very high at all. So I actually feel more comfortable lining up for my spares really, really straight, and I can hit those lines really well. So I feel more comfortable in my polyester ball. But yeah, you see the variety out here though. We were talking about it earlier because what's her name? We had a girl throwing a pitch blue this morning. Uh-huh. We have guys you'll see throwing pitch blacks, some urethane out there. So, it is, you see it. You see a variety. You still see polyesters, but you are seeing more and more guys just having, like Wes was talking about, like you were talking about, having that extra ball in your bag that you can pick up on the short pattern and say, here we go, let's go.
A little control.
Yeah, so.
Paul, any more questions?
I'm getting down to the end here with the qualifying, so.
We will be back at 1:30. We'll have a lot of guests for you all day long. We'll do some interviews with some parents too throughout the day. So stay tuned and watch some awesome, the best of the best youth bowlers. That's what we're getting down to, really.
Yeah, this is definitely the cream of the crop.
Yeah. So it's cool to see.
And to be honest, if you said there's 3,500 or 3,400 bowlers here.
We need to look up that number. We've been stumbling on it all morning, but go ahead, continue.
Well, these bowlers qualified all across the country, even outside of the United States, to come here. So what you have is the best youth bowlers from areas, from regions, from territories outside of the United States here representing.
Absolutely.
Here at Junior Gold. And so, whether or not they make the cut They need to go home with their head high because
Yeah.
it's an accomplishment to get here. It's not easy.
Well, and I saw one of the centers was putting up a picture, or not a picture, but their message to the bowlers before they started qualifying was, "You're already champions."
There's no question.
And you know, a lot of these kids come out here and they have won things back home, and you know, they've qualified to get out here. So it's you know, they're experiencing something that they've never experienced before. I've never experienced any tournament like this. This big?
No.
I never have bowled in anything like this.
Well, when I grew up, we had the Coke tournament or
Yeah.
the Pepsi tournament. So
Yep.
you qualify through regions within your state, and after you went through the qualification, the winner would have a trip out.
Right.
So you had.
But nothing like this.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
even junior gold when I was a kid, it was 500 girls probably that can shoot up. I mean, the youth boom is huge.
It's incredible.
And then Wes will see him out on a PBA tour next, right?
Yeah, these guys need to slow down. Marshall,
They're
and
coming
EJ
for you.
and AJ and Anthony.
I was speaking to Marshall yesterday a little bit, and when he won junior gold, Marshall said there was 1,400 bowlers.
Total.
Yeah.
I would second that because those are the years I bowled were when he won, and it's just unreal. It's unreal to just see the explosion of the tournament.
Well, it takes a lot to do that. I know we've mentioned the volunteers that are here this week and people that are involved in this. The thing that we can't forget as well, and I speak from experience because all these kids get here through qualifying events.
Right.
And that, again, is usually more volunteers that are hosting events, youth events.
Local, yep.
That are local. I give away junior gold spots at my youth event. So that's an additional person that I have to have that's running, that's, you know, taking sign-ups and doing all that stuff for these kids to be able to get here. So, you know, and that's a very small scale compared to other events around the country that, you know, people are qualifying. They do it through leagues. They do it through tournaments. They, you know, I mentioned that they give them away through the you know, for us, the Pepsi State events.
Yeah.
And all that takes extra time and effort and making sure that, you know, we've got to get the rules approved to make sure it's okay and it qualifies for an event. There's a lot of extra time and effort that goes into it. So there's many, many more people than even just the volunteers here that make this event all possible.
And the people that are working at the USBC that do all the smart stuff, those people are involved because, you know, all of the interpretations of smart and, you know, once these kids, because the smart money is basically an electronic bank account for these kids that's just sitting there waiting for them to go to college, and then they just tap into and say, you know, send it to my school.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they're all semesters now. A semester, a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years is paid for just by bowling this stuff.
I know Jordan, my son, has already probably has $5,000 or $6,000, and maybe more than that. My wife would know that number better, but I'm going to say $5,000, $6,000, and he's just now in the 12U.
Great.
Last year alone, as I said, he got $1,000 for finishing in the fifth, tied for fifth in this event, and then the Youth Open, he got probably, you know, he won three of the divisions, and got a lot of scholarships there. I mean, we probably, between our middle son Camden, Jordan, because Camden won 2 of the divisions as well in the 8U division. Jordan won 3 in the 12U, and then the $1,000 he got from this. I mean, we probably took home $3,000 in scholarship last year from this event.
Yeah.
So, you know, it adds up pretty quick, and my kids are only 12 and 8, so it can get there, and you know, especially the U20. I know last year paid $10,000 on top. As I mentioned, the events that we run. I know there's 4 events in Texas that we're paying $1,500 on top. We're doing this additional event for $2,500, and you know, I know there's tons and tons of event around that these. And that's one thing with bowling that you can do and you can look at, because I always compare it to baseball because that's what I'm familiar with. We have baseball, we have bowling, and anytime there is a bowling event that interferes with baseball, I almost have to go to bowling just because my kids can get scholarships.
Yep.
You know, but at the same time, bowling's a little bit more of an individual sport, to where baseball is strictly a team sport. So they are depending on him at times. So sometimes it becomes very, very difficult. And at the same time, if it's not a very big tournament or it doesn't mean a lot, if it's local, parents aren't spending extra money going out of town or doing whatever, I'll say, hey guys, this is where we're at. We always have more on the roster. I mean, we usually have 11 on the roster. Obviously in baseball you only play 9, so we got a couple extra kids. So if one's out and we can go bowl and get those scholarships, that's the direction we typically go, because that's what's available in sport and bowling, and you don't have that in other sports. And that's something we've talked about. My wife and I talked about, what if we started running baseball tournaments, and instead of giving away trophies to every, the top 2 teams and all this and all that, and making the money that all these people make running these events, what if we did it to where we gave away scholarships instead of, but it's you start thinking about it, it's so difficult to do that. I mean, there's so much. It's
logistically.
There's so much, but that would be really cool if we could do that in other sports too.
Yeah. I mean, I also played tennis. Was my second sport in high school growing up, and my parents always laughed. Well, I mean, they joked because you would go play a tennis tournament and you'd get a trophy at the end of it, and then I'd go and bowl, and I'd get a couple hundred, whatever. Yeah.
Participation thing.
You get a ribbon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, it's just, it's so different. These kids out here, they're handling pressure. They understand what's on the line. They understand that, at the end of the day, they could be wearing their country's colors, and they could be helping pay for their college education.
Absolutely.
Sure.
So, and when, even down the spots, a couple spots is a couple hundred for some of these kids. So there's a lot of passion on the line. So, or on the lanes, not on the line.
Well,
I'm gonna drink my coffee.
you see that young man on 61? He just threw a shot, and he darn near left the pocket 6-pin. He's playing him pretty deep. It was not this gentleman here, but his name was Kyle. He darn near left the pocket 6-pin.
Oh, gotcha. Kyle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Probably creating a lot of angle down the lane, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are wrapping up. That is what we're doing right now.
I'm really excited for Junior Gold next year to see what it will grow to, considering last
what
year.
What the numbers will be.
Yeah. Last year the growth, this year the growth once again.
We got a question.
All grew last year. Now, how about next year?
I don't know.
Are we
I bet we get the 4.
I would say we're going to reach, because at 10%, if you look at it, that'll put us right at 4,000.
And it's still centrally located. Cleveland's drivable.
Yep, certainly is.
Shout out to Cleveland. I'm from Columbus, so I'll give my little Ohio plug. Go Ohio.
All right, so
you Buckeyes.
As we
love our Buckeyes.
We're interrupted there. We have a question. Jared says, question for you, Wes. Watching what you have this morning with the U20 boys, would you prefer a symmetrical or asymmetrical ball, and what type of drilling, pin up, pin down?
Good question.
That was a pretty good question.
That's an educated bowler for a young man. That's awesome.
I wasn't here when they started this morning at 7 a.m.
Because he slept in.
But they obviously probably a medium to longer pattern. As you saw, the guys got way in and started lofting it. Once we, with the amount of volume that I saw by the time I got here game 3, a lot of guys were definitely already in symmetrical bowling balls. As far as pin up, pin down goes, it's probably going to depend on the player and pair to pair. I would think at that point you probably still need some flair, because you're forced left. You need the ball to get back up the hill, so you're going to need something with probably 40 plus differential to get it back up the hill. And unless you're really trying to control the pocket and not really trying to go around them too much, then you could probably get something with a little bit less. But symmetrical bowling balls, definitely, for me, I would have definitely been with probably pin-ups based off of the reaction I saw. And typically I'm more of pin-up, especially when I go left with my type of roll, because I need the ball to continue a little bit more down lane or be more stable. So I want it to retain a little bit more energy down lane. And so that would be pretty much my answer with that. You have any suggestions with that, Don?
Well, I didn't like. I was in the same boat you're in, Wes. I wasn't here for the first start, but I think it's all dependent upon your angle to the front part of the lane, your swing plane. Obviously, if the guys have more hand, as they travel in, they're going to probably want to use taller pins and stronger cores to get the ball off the spot. I think asymmetrical, is going to be very difficult because they'll hit their PSA so fast and stabilize so soon, they won't continue. I think on the fresh, though, depending upon your ball roll, maybe for a game you could get with one, maybe.
Based off of what I saw and just going through transition, I think you're right there. I mean, maybe a game with asymmetrical on what we saw today.
Maybe a pin close to the axis with like a lot of surface on a symmetrical, just to try and tame that, because that even yet towards the later part, that the ball sparked off the back really hard, and so I just think that the first game is critical to keep it under control. They're going to open up fast, and then you just need to chase it in.
Yep. I'm looking at 4 bowling balls that are sitting on tables right in front of me. We got one asymmetrical, which is a hypercell skid.
Yep.
And then we have 3 symmetricals.
Yep.
One is a Track Legion Solid, one is a Rotogrip Berserk, and the other one is a Brunswick Melee Jab.
And there's also an Eternal Cell up front.
It's very shiny. I didn't see that one sitting in the Eternal, so an Eternal Cell. So you see a mixture there. I can't see the layouts on them. I can tell that it could be a lefty, though. I was going to say if that Track Legion's a right-hander, it's got a very weak pin up above the middle finger. But if that's for a lefty, then it's a little bit stronger pin. So the Berserk has a stronger pin just outside the ring finger there for a righty. So, again, a bunch of different layouts.
Yep. And
as you can see, he's grabbing his melee jab there. His pin's up above the bridge.
Yep.
No hole. So
and there's his smooth control ball right there.
I remember that ball.
Yep.
That ball saved me at the World Series one year. I think it was the first event we had at South Point. Everything. It's actually when the gold IQ came out. I remember that because I tried to drill it stronger and stronger and stronger to smooth it out, and everything was just jerking off the spot. And the Berserk was the ball that I threw it on all 4 or 5 of the patterns that we bowled on that week, and just because it was the only thing that would smooth out the break point. So that ball came into play a lot that week.
Good choice. Have you had a chance to, I know it's a shameless plug here, but have you had a chance to throw the no rules yet?
Very little. I know I went in after Portland. I went into Storm HQ, and we did some video stuff there, promo stuff with the no rules. We drilled a 3. And then at South Point, we did the showcase at Bowl Expo where all the 3 big brands in bowling got together and did one huge matchmaker showcase, whatever you want to call it. Threw it a little bit there. Really, to me, for me, it didn't look that great there. And it's just the surface, whatever pattern they put out. I don't know what it was. And then I brought it with me this week, and we bowled Pro-Ams Friday night, and the ball looked unbelievable over at Woodland in the Pro-Am. So, and I will say that when we were in South Point, I threw it out of the box, and then I went in and put polish on it, and I came back and it had a much better look, and so it still had polish on it when I was here. I had lots of people ask me, what is that thing? That thing's a monster. It's a beast. And so that's exactly, I'm actually really excited. Luckily, I've got another one back home. I'm going to get one drilled before we go to Lucy next weekend, and probably we'll make the trip over to England with me for the Weber Cup. So I know a lot of people are really excited about it. If you look at the shape of the core, it kind of reminds me a little bit of that cell core. With the shapes and the parts that are missing to where when you drill into them, you're not going to change the dynamics of the core that much. I see a little resemblance there.
It reminds me a little bit of like a Cell, an X Factor, and and even like the core's
the lock.
Lock
maybe even a little bit with that.
Yeah, because
if I remember right, I haven't been in the shop that much lately, so keeping up with some of this stuff, I'm a little behind the game on it, but that's what kind of comes to mind there.
You made me laugh a little bit out in Las Vegas during the showcase. You threw a shot and you came back giggling, and you said, I can't get the ball to stop. No matter how I throw it, the ball still comes off the spot. And Stu Williams, Stu, he's not a big asymmetrical fan. I mean, that's he purposely talks about it. And
very. It's funny. Stu and I, we'll both ask each other. So have you had a chance to throw this ball? Do you like it? And if we say yes, we say yes, okay, that means I don't have to drill. We can move on. I don't have to waste my time. Or, so it's because a lot of times we don't like the same bowling balls. It's kind of funny.
Yep.
But there are times, and this no rules could be one of those times.
I agree.
To where both of us actually have drilled it and thrown it, and we actually like it.
Yep.
And that tells you something, because when both of us like a bowling ball, it's very, very rare. But that should go and tell you, all right, this ball is good for a lot of different styles of bowlers.
Yes.
And we don't see it a lot across the brands, but there are definitely those times, and usually that ball is very successful when you see that.
Absolutely.
So.
What I saw with him, he threw a doll and it rolled off the spot good, but he shined it. That ball rolled like a hybrid off the spot. It was really angular. I was very surprised. And talking to Jason Belmonte a little bit, and Jason's never been like a big asymmetrical fan in a way. He's got a tremendous amount of hand.
Yeah.
But he said he's never had an asymmetrical ball roll like this, and he said this ball will make a trip in my bag wherever I go, because he says when I strike with it, I can't stop.
Yeah.
All right,
absolutely.
guys. So we have no rules, but apparently the booth has rules, and we got to wrap up. And we got to let Wes go and prep his son to go kick some butt this afternoon and get some lunch. So we will be back at 1:30
Did we
Eastern.
say eating? Did we say eating?
Oh, I am.
Oh, that's my hobby. Let's do it.
All right.
You've
so
trimmed up a little bit there.
I lost 50.
So we're gonna
put
try
50
to
back on.
we're gonna go give Doan some grub and feed him up, fuel him up. So we'll be back at 1:30, and we'll have lots of guests for you. So thank you for tuning in, especially the people that started at 7 a.m. and stuck with us all the way. You guys rock. So we'll see you later today.
Absolutely.
Thank you for being here, Wes.
Absolutely. Thanks. I'm glad I could make it over here. I'm glad the schedule worked out, and tune in. I might, depending on how things are going over at Woodland, I could easily hop into the booth again and give a little bit more over there with insights that we see with the U12 boys. So
excellent.
First priority is definitely Jordan, and if he needs some help and if he's comfortable and doing good, then I'll probably pop in time to time. So
stay tuned. Yeah. You can hear from us all day.
It's a pleasure working with you, Wes.
Yeah.
We traveled overseas a few times, and it's always a pleasure.
All right.
Guys.
We'll see you later.